Chapter 2580. Yes, although Xiaohua is only at the late stage of foundation establishment, his strength is comparable to the late stage of gold core. Even with his strength, he suffered so much in the sword tomb. What about others? If they haven't reached the nascent soul realm and don't have the strength to transform into a sword, I'm afraid they can't come and go freely, right? No wonder those gold core cultivators in the conference hall didn't have any ideas about the sword tomb. This is indeed not a place for people to stay. Presumably, sword cultivators won't do anything here. Xiaohua pointed at the seal of ocean overturning, and a faint earthen yellow radiance protected him. Then he took out the jade slip and carefully looked at it. After that, he scratched his head and flew up with slight hesitation. However, it wasn't long before a few more rays of sword light suddenly appeared. No, this young master went the wrong way again. Xiaohua saw the familiar sword array and immediately realized. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws, wanting to escape. However, it was already too late. The sword lights had already enveloped his body. After searching for more than an hour, Xiaohua finally arrived in front of another pile of stones that formed the word complete. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed and looked around. I don't know when this young master's road finding ability will improve. Clearly, this young master can find a path, but this young master has to take a detour. But it feels like flying straight like this is fine, but the actual route is a detour. Forget it. This young master is afraid of this kind of fate. Being able to find this place is already not bad. Immediately, Xiaohua activated the Zigui and threw the jade slip into it. The silver light on the Zigui flashed, but the jade slip didn't fly away. It only quietly floated in the small cauldron. It seemed that only with this jade slip here could the Zigui's silver light spread out like a wave. After the time it takes to finish a meal, a figure appeared in midair in the northwest. It was impossible to see who it was, but when Xiaohua got closer, he couldn't help but chuckle. This was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. His hair was grizzled, his face was thin, and his chin was sharp. A few strands of sparse but long beard floated above his chin. The cultivator's eyes were sharp, and he seemed to be on high alert. He looked Xiaohua up and down from a distance and even looked him over. Xiaohua laughed inwardly, but as soon as he saw who it was, he immediately retracted his Buddhist sense. He absolutely couldn't let this person discover anything unusual. That mesmerized cultivator sized up Xiaohua from head to toe in a somewhat strange manner. Disciple Feng in greets, senior brother. Xiaohua also pretended to hesitate and bowed. Senior brother? That cultivator was a little strange. His body slightly floated back and he asked curiously, "Which family's disciple are you?" "Which sect?" Xiaohua was just as stunned as that cultivator. This disciple is naturally a disciple of the Huanhua sect. Could it be senior brother isn't? That cultivator muttered to himself for a moment, then grabbed the jade slip from the Zigui with his hand. He immersed his divine sense into it and asked in a low voice, "Who told you to come here? Is this your jade slip?" Seeing the cultivator ask so many questions, Xiaohua's heart thumped. His eyes turned slightly and he said with a smile, "This disciple was told to come here by senior brother Yudong. This jade slip wasn't given to this disciple by senior brother Yudong. That jade slip was just taken away by a senior brother at Wuxia Zigui." Oh, so it was a disciple recommended by Yudong. Although that cultivator's voice was somewhat distorted through the mesmerizing robe, the relief in his voice was clear. "It's no wonder you went to Wuxia Zigui. That place was already abandoned before the end of the year. If you had arrived a few days later, even if you had the jade slip in your hand, you wouldn't have been able to find this place. However, you actually being able to come here from Wuxia Zigui greatly exceeded this old man's expectations." Yes, this disciple heard what that senior brother said earlier, and I've been pondering in my heart. However, senior brother, this disciple flew here just like that. Although I encountered some sword formations, they were all broken. Although this disciple was scared out of his wits, they weren't really able to injure this disciple. Is there something wrong? Xiaohua took the initiative to strike first, and hurriedly asked, "Do you want to examine this disciple's command token?" Hehe, Since it was recommended by Yudong, then it's no big deal. The cultivator smiled, then tossed the jade slip to Xiaohua and said, "There's no need to examine it. This jade slip is even more useful than a command token." "Oh, so that's how it is." Xiaohua's hand that was pretending to reach into his bosom stopped, and he took the jade slip with a flip of his hand. He nodded and said, "It seems that senior brother Yudong also said the same thing at that time." The rinsing flower sex command token can only verify one's identity. Can it also raise your realm? The cultivator sneered. You were able to obtain this minor stone command token. That's your luck in this lifetime. Minor stone command token? Xiaohua was somewhat dumbfounded, and he thought to himself, isn't this just a summoning talisman? When did it become a minor stone command token? Minor stone, is it these stones? While thinking, Xiaohua's gaze swept over the pile of stones. At this time, the pile of stones no longer had the silver brilliance, and they were still the same stones as before. That cultivator clearly saw Xiaohua's gaze, and seemed to see through Xiaohua's thoughts. He pointed with his hand and said, "Look at these stones, they're just stubborn stones, but in my hands I can minor stone command token them into gold. You can be considered lucky to actually be acquainted with Yudong. In the future, you'll be a golden stone. When your cultivation is successful, you'll have to thank Yudong." Yes, this disciple understands. Xiaohua's heart moved, and he bowed and said, "This disciple will definitely remember senior brother Yu's kindness in my heart. All right, follow this old man." The cultivator spoke for a long time, but he didn't mention his own name, nor did he say whether or not he was a disciple of the Huanhua sect. With a wave of his hand, he took the lead and flew towards the place where he came from. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent, and he also roused his spirit. Using the speed of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, he slowly chased after that cultivator. Sure enough, after flying for a while with the cultivator, Xiaohua understood why the cultivator didn't encounter sword formations and magic formations, and why he frequently encountered them. That cultivator's flight path wasn't a straight line at all. Sometimes it was curved, sometimes it was bent, and sometimes it was even slanted. It seemed that in this cultivator's eyes, this sword tomb was a maze, and he came and went very freely. At first, Xiaohua was still thinking about memorizing the route, but after flying for half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua gave up like before. It was because that cultivator's flight path was extremely irregular, and there wasn't anything nearby that could be used as a reference, so Xiaohua really didn't know how to memorize it. He flew straight for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, and during this time, he didn't encounter any magic formations or sword formations. He didn't even come across a single spatial crack, causing Xiaohua to be endlessly envious. When he thought about how he came here from Jiazigui, he couldn't help but blush with shame in his heart. About 10 feet in front of him, there was another pile of stones, and it wasn't any different from before. If it was the same as before, Xiaohua would have definitely flown over, but this old man stopped in midair and didn't move forward. Xiaohua knew that something was wrong, so he cautiously followed behind him, quietly observing the situation. Sure enough, the old man clapped his hand and took out a silvery white triangular object. He slightly activated his magic power, and that object suddenly trembled and flew above the pile of stones. As the object trembled, a trembling, intermittent silver light flowed out from the pile of rocks and slowly, almost with some difficulty, submerged the entire pile of rocks. The moment the entire pile of rocks completely turned silver, the area around the pile of rocks in a radius of 10 feet, which was right in front of the old man, boiled like boiling water. The entire space was filled with silver bubbles. These bubbles contained a great amount of power, and the direction of each bubble was different. Xiaohua looked at this unforeseen event with some shock. He knew that if an ordinary cultivator suddenly barged in, just by relying on this strange change, the cultivator's body would be torn to shreds. The boiling water continued for the time it took for half an incense stick to burn before it slowly receded. Once the space became clear again, the old man once again pointed with his hand. The three rhombus-shaped object from before rose slightly, following which, It transformed into a spear-like brilliance that pierced into a spot a few feet to the left of the rock. Pucci! Xiaohua clearly heard what seemed to be the sound of silk being torn apart. The space was pierced by the spear of light, and an unfathomably deep hole several feet in size appeared on the ground. Damn it, I have to become a spirit-seeking mouse again. Xiaohua sighed. He knew that the secret of the Huanhua sect was hidden under the ground of the sword tomb, so he couldn't help but complain. Of course, Xiaohua knew how to escape through the earth, so the secret of the Huanhua sect being hidden underground was extremely beneficial to him. However, when he thought about how every time he encountered a problem, he had to solve it underground, so Xiaohua felt a bit bored. Junior Marshal Brother Feng, please? The old man didn't move. He turned around and raised his hand, indicating for Xiaohua to enter the cave first. All right. Xiaohua knew that the old man was still worried about him, so he didn't hesitate and responded in a low voice. His figure flew to the entrance of the cave, and he released a bit of his Buddhist sense before flying into the cave. When Xiaohua's figure entered the cave, the old man looked left and right. His divine sense also swept the area twice before he felt relieved and landed inside the cave. Just as Xiaohua's figure landed inside the cave, a very strange suction force appeared from inside the cave. It was as if the suction force had grown a hand, and it pulled him into the depths of the cave. Xiaohua muttered to himself, but he didn't reject this force. His eyes were filled with silver light, as if this deep cave was formed by the silver brilliance. Xiaohua released his divine sense slightly, and within that silver brilliance, there was actually a sharp point, causing Xiaohua's divine sense to feel a slight pain. Without a doubt, this place is filled with gold attribute heaven and earth spirit qi. This deep cave is also formed by gold attribute heaven and earth spirit qi. Xiaohua thought to himself, and the magic power in his body slightly condensed to deal with any possible accidents. Sure enough, when Xiaohua landed about 10 zhang down, the pulling force actually increased, and the direction also changed, as if it wanted to clench its fists. Following that, the surrounding silver light became even more intense, and that kind of sharp cutting force penetrated through the brilliance, directly piercing into Xiaohua's skin. Naturally, Xiaohua's protective golden light was about to be activated. Chapter 2581. Io, could it be that you're testing this young master's cultivation? Xiaohua slightly wrinkled his brows and forcefully restrained his magic power. While he was at it, he took out a yellow protective talisman that he hadn't used for a long time and placed it on his body with his magic power. As soon as the yellow talisman was activated, its brilliance flickered. It seemed that the brilliance in the passage was extremely powerful and was constantly attacking the protective talisman. Junior Marshal Brother Feng, don't worry. The old man's voice floated over Xiaohua's head. This is the special feature of the restriction here. As long as you don't pay attention to it, it won't harm you. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiaohua respectfully said. This disciple only instinctively wants to protect himself. As he spoke, Xiaohua slapped his hand and the yellow protective talisman fell off. Without the yellow protective talisman's brilliance, the brilliance in the passage was still piercing. However, as the old man said, it didn't seem to be able to penetrate his skin. Just as Xiaohua was about to send a voice transmission to the old man, he heard a slight rumbling sound. The passage around 1 zhang to his left suddenly began to shake. The silver light that previously wrapped around Xiaohua also began to shrink. Before Xiaohua could show any surprise, bubbles that were 3 times bigger than Xiaohua's body appeared within the silver brilliance. Pop, 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 these bubbles burst one after another. Xiaohua felt his entire body become light, as if he was floating in the air but also falling down. Everything in front of him became blurry and the silver brilliance violently shook. The feeling of floating in the air only lasted for a few seconds before a heavy pressure fell on Xiaohua's shoulder. Teleport. Xiaohua was very familiar with this feeling. He immediately understood that there was actually a short-distance teleportation formation in this passage. The silver brilliance had just been replaced by a gray-white brilliance when Xiaohua felt his body become light again. His figure appeared in a small triangular room. Xiaohua slightly focused his eyes and looked around. He saw that this small room was only a few qi in size and could only accommodate 3 to 5 people. The surrounding walls were the same as the passage from before. They were all silver-white. However, this silver-white luster was floating on the walls and wasn't dazzling. And now, there were already 2 middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators standing in this small room. These 2 cultivators were both middle-aged, each holding a flying sword in their hands. The flying swords were overflowing with sword light, and at this moment, they were pressing against Xiaohua's ribs. "Who are you? Where is your stone tablet?" The 2 of them didn't wait for Xiaohua to come back to his senses as they asked coldly. "Disciple is Feng Ying, sent over by senior brother Yu Dong." Xiaohua's expression was slightly flustered as he hurriedly replied. "Your stone medallion." The 2 of them didn't seem to slack off and continued to ask. In this disciple's embrace." Xiaohua cautiously pointed at his own chest and said in a low voice, "This disciple will give it to the 2 senior brothers." A cold snort came from his nose, and the 2 flying swords moved forward a bit, fearing that Xiaohua would do something strange. When Xiaohua took out the jade slip, a cultivator took it and scanned it with his divine sense. His expression changed greatly as he berated, "This is senior martial brother Yu Bing's stone touch token. When did it become Yudong's? Who the hell are you?" When Xiaohua heard this, his brows furrowed. Previously, he used the jade slip from over 10 years ago to deceive the so-called Yu Bing, and then he used half-truths to deceive the confused old man just now. He originally thought that he had passed, but he didn't expect that after being transported to this place, he would be exposed by someone. Unconsciously, he became even more suspicious. This inspection is so strict. What secret does this Huanhua sect have? This stone tablet gold really can increase the cultivation of Huanhua sect disciples? Thinking of this, Xiaohua bitterly smiled. Disciple is naturally Feng Ying's. Disciple heard from junior martial brother Yu Dong that this place can increase disciples' cultivation, so disciple came here according to his jade slip. Just now, in the sword tomb, when junior martial brother Yu Dong sent out the jade slip, it didn't come back. This jade slip was senior martial brother Yu Bing sent it to disciple again. This situation, disciple already clearly explained it to a senior martial brother dressed in a confused robe. If the 2 senior martial brothers don't believe me, feel free to ask that senior martial brother. Xiaohua actually had Feng Yi's keepsake in his space, but that was also Feng Yi's, not Feng Ying's. Seeing the 2 cultivators so strict, Xiaohua didn't dare to rashly take it out. Hearing Xiaohua's reply, the 2 were clearly somewhat hesitant. They glanced at each other, and one of the cultivators coldly said, "Take out your keepsake and take a look." This. Xiaohua was somewhat helpless. His eyes slightly narrowed, and he immediately released his Buddhist sense. Who would have thought that the 4 walls of the small room were ice cold, just like ice? His Buddhist sense simply couldn't penetrate, and he couldn't see what was outside the small room. He also couldn't determine whether or not the 2 people he killed wouldn't be discovered by bystanders. "Quickly take it out." The other cultivator loudly shouted, and the flying sword in his hand once again extended toward Xiaohua's ribs, already touching Xiaohua's Taoist robe. "Here!" Xiaohua clapped his hand, and Feng Yi's keepsake was taken out. However, Xiaohua was still somewhat hesitant, and unhappily handed it over. "You take a look." The cultivator who used the flying sword to threaten Xiaohua's waist ordered the other person. That person extended his hand, and was about to take the keepsake from Xiaohua's hand. With a "thoo" sound, a small door about the height of a person opened behind the cultivator, and a somewhat hoarse voice sounded, "Feng Ying." The person who came was the old man dressed in camouflage, but at this moment, the old man had already removed the camouflage and revealed his true appearance. Of course, when he saw the situation inside the small room, his face became somewhat unsightly. "I was wondering why this junior martial brother Feng didn't come out for a long time. So it was the 2 junior martial brothers who were making things difficult for him." The old man coldly snorted and said, "This Feng Ying was sent by Yu Dong, and at the same time, senior martial brother Yu Bing also let him go. Why you guys interrogating him like this?" Do you think this old man's interrogation wasn't detailed enough? You want to find clues from Feng Ying's body? Senior Marshal Brother Yu Ping. The face of the cultivator who originally wanted the keepsake also became somewhat unsightly. He retracted his hand and cupped his hands. This is the duty of us two brothers. Please forgive us, Senior Marshal Brother. Your duty is naturally yours, Yu Ping coldly said, but this old man brought him in. If there was a problem, how could this old man not know? According to this old man's knowledge, in these past few years, Yu Dong didn't send many talents here, and he was already scolded by the sect master. Today, he sent Junior Marshal Brother Feng Ying here with great difficulty, and he's even a disciple of the Cleansing Flower sect. You guys are interrogating him like this. Are you dissatisfied with this old man, or with Senior Marshal Brother Yu Bing? Senior Marshal Brother Yu Ping. The other disciple glanced at Xiao Hua, wanting to say something, but hesitated, and also put away the flying sword in his hand. What? You have nothing to say? Yu Ping was unwilling to let go. This old man recommended a few disciples 2 years ago, and when they just arrived here, they were made difficult by you guys. They couldn't stand it, and gave up such a good opportunity to turn stone into gold, turned around and left. Did you guys receive Yu Hua's instructions, and insist on opposing Senior Marshal Brother Yu Bing? Senior Marshal Brother. The two people's faces were unsightly, and they transmitted in a low voice. We already said just now, this is our duty. Turning stone into gold is an extremely secretive matter, and it's of great importance. Cultivators who aren't closely related to our Yu family absolutely can't participate, and any cultivators with the slightest trace of abnormality can't enter. Senior Marshal Brother speaking so much in front of outsiders, aren't you afraid of being punished by Lord Sect Master? Punished? Haven't we been punished enough? Hearing the word, punished, the old man became even more furious, but he didn't forget the middle-aged cultivator's reminder, and transmitted in a voice transmission. Yu Dong's mouth is clumsy, and he hasn't recommended any cultivators here for 2 years. If he still can't complete the task this year, you naturally understand his situation. This disciple is an early foundation establishment disciple of the Cleansing Flower sect, and his cultivation seems to be pretty good. Yu Dong must have spent a lot of effort. Just now, he took the initiative to take out his token for this old man to examine, but this old man didn't look carefully. So what if there's something wrong with him? My Yu family's turning stone into gold plan has been going on for more than 10 years, and there hasn't been any problems. What kind of big waves can this little early foundation establishment cultivator cause? Besides, isn't the token in his hand the Cleansing Flower sect? This old man has seen it more than once or twice. Can't you see it too? Speaking up to here, the two middle-aged cultivators' gazes involuntarily fell on the token in Xiao Hua's hand. Seeing the three suddenly transmitting their voices, Xiao Hua's heart jumped, and seeing the three of them looking at the token in his hand, Xiao Hua inwardly cried out in alarm. Presumably, Senior Marshal Brother Yu Bing also saw through Yu Dong's situation, so he took the initiative to give his stone marking token to Feng Ying. Yu Ping shifted his gaze away from the token in Xiao Hua's hand, and transmitted his voice again. This old man will say it here, you can check it as you wish. The matter of Yu Bing and Yu Hua isn't something you and I should get involved in. Previously, you all drove away the disciple this old man chose, and this old man will slowly find an opportunity to settle accounts with you all in the future. This disciple, if you still want to send him back, then do it as soon as possible. Saying this, Yu Ping no longer spoke and turned to leave the room. Senior Marshal Brother Yu Ping. The cultivator on the left said with a smile, this disciple's token is not bad, it's indeed a disciple of the Cleansing Flower sect, how can this one not let him pass? As for what Senior Marshal Brother said just now, it's actually false. This token naturally belongs to the Cleansing Flower sect, but this person may not be a disciple of the Cleansing Flower sect. This old man has never guaranteed that he is a disciple of the Cleansing Flower sect. If you don't check it carefully and something happens, don't drag this old man into it. Yu Ping said with a cold smile, completely ungrateful. Senior Marshal Brother Yu Bing already let him in, what could possibly happen? The other cultivator also hurriedly said with a smile, Senior Martial Brother Yubing is also a senior martial brother that we all respect. We definitely don't have the intentions that Senior Martial Brother said just now. Xiao Hua's suspended heart relaxed again. From a bystander's point of view, he could already see that some people seemed to have found a gap in the struggle between them, an opportunity where others wouldn't check the token in his hand. Chapter 2582. Senior Martial Brothers, this token. Xiao Hua loosened the reins only to grasp them better and raised his token. Put it away. The two cultivators didn't have much coldness on their faces, as if they were really afraid that if Xiao Hua turned around, they would offend at Yubing. Feng, come with me. Yu Ping coldly snorted, waved his hand, and walked out of the room first. Yes, disciple understands. Xiao Hua hurriedly put away the token, cupped his hands towards the two cultivators, and quickly chased after them. This senior martial brother Yu Ping is really something. After the two left, the two cultivators also sat cross-legged on the ground. The one on the left complained, what kind of cultivators did he find before? Two loose cultivators, one chi refinement cultivator, with the head of a snake and the eyes of a rat, almost the same as him. They didn't meet the sect master's requirements at all. What's wrong with us blocking them? He, on the other hand, was unconsciously vigilant, and even pushed the responsibility to us. What is this? What does the matter of Yu Bing and Yu Hua have to do with us? Forget it, let him be. The other cultivator coldly said, this Feng Ying, it doesn't seem inappropriate. Even if it is inappropriate, so what? There are tens of thousands of cultivators who participate in the Midas Touch. Have you ever heard of any of them? He himself is well aware that we didn't check his origin, we only checked his cultivation and aptitude. The cultivator still didn't let it go. He was originally using this as an excuse to stir up trouble. That might not be the case. The other cultivator indifferently said, Yu Dong is favored by Yu Bing. Yu Dong's cultivation is good, but he's a man of few words. How many cultivators did he send over these years? He couldn't fulfill the sect master's requirements, and Yu Bing's face was also unsightly. No wonder Yu Ping was a bit impatient. Isn't that right? 9,000 cultivators, ah? The cultivator's face showed a trace of exaggeration. Sure. The other cultivator hurriedly put his finger to his mouth and anxiously said, do you want to die? This kind of thing, how can you casually say it? Yes, little brother was wrong. The cultivator's heart also trembled, and he hurriedly shut his mouth. How could Xiao Hua know so many secrets? He didn't know that the other party had gone easy on him, and he was still proud of his cleverness. However, he also sensed that something was wrong. This place doesn't seem to be the disciples of the Huanhua sect. What? Are they all surnamed Yu? Xiao Hua immediately thought of what Zhong Haoren had said. Could it be that this is the Yu family of the Fallen Gold Mountain? Falling Gold Mountain? Turning stone into gold? What does this have to do with Huanhua sect? Based on the surname Yu, Yu Tong must be a disciple of Falling Gold Mountain. He could enter the Huanhua sect by cheating, so he must have colluded with the Huanhua sect. Moreover, from the fact that Yu Tong was holding the master's token that year, the Huanhua sect is also connected to Falling Gold Mountain. Maybe Falling Gold Mountain is a cultivation family controlled by the Huanhua sect? Xiao Hua thought as he followed Yu Ping out of the small house. When he saw the situation outside the small house, he was even more shocked. In front of him was a huge space. There were countless buildings in this space, and these buildings were completely different from what Xiao Hua had seen before. The buildings in the past were usually carved beams and painted pillars, and had an antique flavor. Even the buildings in the Sky Patrol City were made of huge stones. Although they were rare, they were not particularly rare. The buildings in front of him were all emitting a silver luster, as if all the buildings were plated with a layer of silver light. Even though they looked like pavilions, the light gave people the illusion that these pavilions were large celestial devices. Moreover, there were many such pavilions, huts, and passageways. They were all connected to each other, as if the entire space was a huge celestial device. The heaven and earth spiritual energy of the metal attribute is indeed dense. Xiao Hua thought to himself. But what is the purpose of the Huanhua sect or Falling Gold Mountain to set up such a huge formation? This is the Sword Tomb. Xiao Hua's astonished gaze moved away from the surrounding buildings, and he looked at the wall beside him. He could not help but stretch out his hand and touch it with his finger. A cold and smooth feeling came from the silver wall, and it was no different from a magical tool that was refined on a daily basis. Yu Ping seemed to have noticed Xiao Hua's action, but he revealed a smile and did not stop him. Outside the small house was a rather large plaza, and the silver floor was incomparably smooth. One could almost see the reflections of people on it. There were not many cultivators walking around the plaza, but when they saw Yu Ping, they nodded slightly or bowed to him, as though they were very familiar with him. In fact, when these disciples saw Xiao Hua, they also nodded slightly, making him feel very warm. I wonder how much Yu Dong has told you. After leading Xiao Hua into this place, Yu Ping said with a smile, however, this old man does not wish to explain too much to you. Just like what this old man said, being able to participate in my Yu family's Midas touch is definitely the best choice you've made in your life. Yes, Xiao Hua looked around and smiled apologetically. Even if this little one had some doubts previously, after seeing this place, this little one has no more doubts. It is just that, this little one did not expect that junior brother you did not say clearly that this place is actually the Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain. Hayes, you also know that Yu Dong's words are not good. He was afraid that you misunderstood, so he only said your Huanhua sect. However, the relationship between your Huanhua sect and my Fallen Gold Mountain, I believe, you should also know about it. Yu Ping sighed as though he was explaining something. Of course, the more he explained, the more Xiao Hua was confused. Xiao Hua didn't answer and only laughed foolishly. Yu Ping saw this silly laugh and actually thought that Xiao Hua had understood his meaning. He said, since Yu Dong introduced you to me, he must have trusted you. Just now, this old man was risking my face to keep you here because I didn't want those two disciples who didn't know when to back down to ruin Yu Dong's good intentions for you. Wait until your cultivation level increases. As he said that, Yu Ping's face turned cold. Although you do not need to be loyal to my Yu family like the disciples of my Fallen Gold Mountain, as long as my Yu family has any matters, you must do your best and not slack off in the slightest. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiao Hua acted very well. However, this matter must not harm the interests of my sect. If not, this disciple will not participate in this Shiqing Jin sect and return to the Huanhua sect. Junior brother Feng, you are thinking too much. Yu Ping laughed. When has my Fallen Gold Mountain ever harmed the interests of the Huanhua sect? If there is such a day, I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Yu Ping and Xiao Hua walked to a corner, and a hoarse voice sounded from the side of the silver wall that Xiao Hua could not see. Senior brother Yu Hua. Yu Ping seemed to be extremely familiar with this voice, and was even more afraid. Hearing this voice, he immediately shrunk his neck, and stood there respectfully, quietly waiting for this senior brother named Yu Hua to appear. This is... Xiao Hua also seemed to be familiar with this voice, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, and a trace of a smile flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, when that senior brother Yu Hua turned around the corner, wasn't it a white-clothed old man with a slightly green face and a brandy nose who was in the late foundation establishment stage? Wasn't it the person who snatched the robin that Xiao Hua had already caught and gave it to Yu Tong when Xiao Hua was participating in the disciple selection in the Hua sect? That Yu Hua was indeed overbearing, and upon seeing Yu Ping, he coldly snorted, "How do you know that my Fallen Gold Mountain will harm the interests of the Huanhua sect?" Good, senior brother knows. Yu Ping hurriedly smiled. This little brother is only assuming. This little brother is also clear in his heart that my Fallen Gold Mountain and the Huanhua sect are bound together, so how could we do anything that would harm the Huanhua sect? What do you mean by bound together? Yu Hua glanced at Yu Ping and laughed. Fallen Gold Mountain is Fallen Gold Mountain, and the Huanhua sect is the Huanhua sect. One is a cultivation family, and the other is a cultivation sect. Even if there are some interests involved, it is only a temporary cooperation. What are you talking about bound together? It is truly laughable. If this was known by the Huanhua sect, wouldn't they laugh their heads off? Yes, yes, this little brother naturally understands. Yu Ping was not angry at all and still lowered his head and smiled apologetically. The Huanhua sect is a towering tree, and fallen gold mountain is only a small blade of grass under the tree. We are the stalks above the grass, and to be able to enjoy the shade under the big tree, we have to thank the Huanhua sect. We also have to thank senior brother Yu Hua, this meritorious disciple who is negotiating with the Huanhua sect for the sake of fallen gold mountain. And it's good that you know. Yu Hua glanced at Xiao Hua. Don't speak nonsense for no reason. If other people were to hear it, who knows what it would be like. You have to remember, trouble comes from the mouth. This is the disciple that was just selected? Yu Ping finally let out a breath and hurriedly laughed. This is also a disciple of the Huanhua sect. This disciple feels that his foundation is quite good. A disciple of the Huanhua sect? The corner of Yu Hua's eye twitched, as if he was interested in Xiao Hua. Bad, Xiao Hua secretly complained, but he could only brace himself and step forward, bowing. This disciple greets senior brother. No need to call me senior brother. This old man is not a disciple of the Huanhua sect. It's just that I am extremely familiar with many of the Huanhua sect's elders. Yu Hua opened his mouth to ask, but seemed to have thought of something and waved his hand. Forget it, no matter which fellow's disciple you are, since you are here, you are the beneficiary of the Midas touch. I believe Yu Ping has already told you. Do your best, young man. The Huanhua sect will be your world in the future. Yes, this disciple understands. This disciple is endlessly grateful to senior brother and the others. Xiao Hua hurriedly smiled apologetically. It's good that you know. Yu Hua glanced at Xiao Hua and no longer asked about Xiao Hua's origin and walked away. When he walked past Xiao Hua and Yu Ping, the ridicule at the corner of his mouth involuntarily appeared, and he did not hide it at all. Chapter 2583. Yu Ping didn't dare to move. Seeing Yu Hua cross half of the square and enter a corridor, he curled his lips and coldly snorted. He seemed to be muttering in a low voice. What's so great about him? He was a middle foundation establishment stage cultivator like me, but he did something for my falling gold mountain. That's why he benefited. He was promoted to an elder, but now he doesn't put falling gold mountain in his eyes. He keeps talking about Huanhua sect as if he's a disciple of Huanhua sect. Doesn't he know his surname is Yu? Xiao Hua lowered his head and didn't look at Yu Ping. He only pricked up his ears. At this time, he already understood that this Yu Hua was a disciple of falling gold mountain. When Yu Tong entered Huanhua sect, it was this guy who did something for falling gold mountain. Of course, whether this matter was what Yu Ping said was unknown. But Xiao Hua understood that this Yu Hua who had some relationship with Huanhua sect seemed to be at odds with Yu Bing who he saw in the mirror. Yes, one is Yu Bing, the other is Yu Hua. They were just born, and their parents were already trying to make them at odds. Xiao Hua laughed in his heart, but then he muttered, there seems to be something strange. If it's a cultivator who has a good relationship with Huanhua sect, it's reasonable to ask a few questions when they see a junior, such as whose disciple they are, how their master and elders are doing, and so on. Especially the Midas touch, which helps people improve their cultivation. Wouldn't falling gold mountain want to sell it? Strange. Yu Ping muttered a few words. Seeing that Xiao Hua was still obediently lowering his head, he wasn't in a good mood to explain anything to Xiao Hua. At this time, Xiao Hua whispered, Senior Martial Brother, isn't this Senior Martial Brother Yu Hua a disciple of my Huanhua sect? He wants to. Yu Ping coldly said, but Huanhua sect doesn't want him. Now he's an elder of Falling Gold Mountain, how can he enter Huanhua sect? Then he ignored Xiao Hua and left first. Xiao Hua suppressed the doubts in his heart and followed him into a corridor. This corridor looked very strange. It wasn't straight, but rather tangled and complicated, like a spider web. Yu Ping led Xiao Hua into the corridor, and after walking for another half a cigarette, they arrived at a smooth wall. He patted his hand and took out a token. Activating his magic power, the token flashed with the same silver brilliance as the wall. Yu Ping pressed the token against the wall. Once the token and the wall came into contact, It immediately let out a low sword hum, and the area around 10 feet around them began to shake. Feng Ying, place your stone medallion on top. Yu Ping instructed. Yes. Xiaohua responded. He didn't circulate his magic power and placed the jade slip in front of him. Wu. A suction force came from the place where the jade slip came in contact with the wall, firmly sucking the jade slip to the wall. Immediately after, Xiaohua felt the jade slip emitting heat. Let go, Yu Ping said. Shua. Following Xiaohua's release, the jade slip instantly melted, turning into a ball of jade liquid that spread out on the wall. Then, it began to spin from the inside out. When the jade liquid seemed to spin into a rune, the jade liquid went deep into the wall that seemed abnormally hard. At the same time, a rune similar to the jade liquid flashed on the wall and disappeared. A small door about the height of a person appeared in the wall. Xiaohua's gaze swept over it. Inside, there was a small triangular room that was similar to the one he came in from. Junior brother Feng. Yu Ping introduced his medallion, then took out a small jade slip and handed it to Xiaohua. He smiled and said, Originally, I should have brought you around here to see the other senior brothers of the Huanhua sect and Fallen Gold Mountain. However, time is running out and you've come a bit late. Junior brother should also be clear that although this is a fast method, there is also a price to pay. Not to mention the pain of the physical body, there will also be problems in the meridians and other places. The most important thing is that junior brother still has to cooperate with this bitter chew method. This is a secret method that my Fallen Gold Mountain created by combining the methods commonly used by the disciples of the Huanhua sect. Junior brother still needs to look at it. When the time comes, if you can't follow the instructions of the secret method and guide the innate gold chi into your meridians and transform it into your own true essence, not only will this opportunity be gone with the wind, even your own cultivation will have the possibility of all your previous efforts being wasted. Is it that serious? Xiaohua hurriedly asked. Seems junior brother Yu Dong didn't mention it. Yu Ping said with some displeasure. Without any risk, you can easily advance from the early stage of foundation establishment to the middle stage of foundation establishment or even the late stage of foundation establishment. How can there be such a cheap thing in the world? Junior brother must have already thought it through clearly. If it was that simple, I'm afraid that my Fallen Gold Mountain would have already been filled with foundation establishment cultivators. Why would you need to find other fellow Taoists? Xiaohua laughed and didn't continue to pester him. He asked again, I just don't know how much time you'll give me? If this secret method is complicated, this disciple doesn't have the confidence to fully comprehend it. This old man can't say for sure. Perhaps several days, perhaps 10 days. Of course, it could also be 10 days. Junior brother should comprehend it earlier. The earlier you comprehend it, the earlier you can grasp it. Otherwise, if you suddenly start, junior brother will be caught unprepared. Yu Ping replied without hesitation. Then, is this disciple inside this small room? Can I come out? Xiaohua looked at the small room and was somewhat hesitant. Naturally, you can't come out. Yu Ping was somewhat impatient. Junior brother, just treat it as seclusion. When you come out of seclusion, if by chance, I'm afraid that this old man will have to call junior brother senior brother. I hope so. Xiaohua was so happy that his eyes were about to close. However, he still didn't want to go in. At this moment, a kind of fear emerged from the back of his head, as if someone was spying on him. Xiaohua's heart stirred and he released his Buddhist sense. However, his back and all around him were completely empty. There wasn't even any divine sense sweeping over him. Should I go in or not? Xiaohua felt that this place was not good. However, if he were to turn hostile, the cultivators spying on him might not be any weaker than a golden core cultivator. Although he could cause a ruckus, how would he escape? How would he find out the secrets of the Huanhua sect and Falling Gold Mountain? All of that would be for naught. How can one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? This young master wants to see if this small room can trap this young master. Xiaohua secretly thought in his heart. If so, many thanks to senior brother. Xiaohua knew that he couldn't hesitate at this moment. After cupping his hands and thanking him, he stepped into the small room. As Xiao Hua's figure entered the small room, Yu Ping waved his hand and the hole slowly melted, as if a melted liquid was gathering in one place. Yu Ping, who sent this disciple here? An ice-cold voice came from the silver building. It was very loud, but it was impossible to identify its origin. Yu Ping's heart trembled. He immediately bowed respectfully and said to the sky, "This is the Huanhua sect disciple that Yudong chose to send here. Her name is Feng Ying." Huanhua sect disciple? This Yudong is really daring. If the Huanhua sect were to find out about this, wouldn't it be troublesome? Although the cold voice sounded a little surprised, it didn't sound surprised at all. Yudong has always been cautious. Yu Ping smiled apologetically and said, "If he thinks it's okay, then it's okay. Moreover, he hasn't chosen a disciple yet. This time, if he doesn't find a suitable disciple, I'm afraid he will be punished by the sect master. Perhaps he has no other choice. Besides, there were also many Huanhua sect disciples before." The ice-cold voice snorted coldly. Yu Ping was so frightened that he lowered his head and didn't dare to defend himself. "It's true that you were punished because you didn't find a cultivator and couldn't complete the mission. However, if the cultivator sent here is not suitable and leaks the news, or ruins my grand plan, then it won't be a matter of punishment. It will be a consequence of your head being separated from your body." After hearing this, Yu Ping waited for a long while, but didn't say anything else. He tilted his head and looked at the silver building. The sky was also silver. He shrank his neck and hurriedly left. Above the silver sky that Yu Ping was afraid of, a light cloud rose. It had the atmosphere of an immortal. However, these light clouds weren't truly pale white. Instead, they had a kind of heaviness and an indescribable sharpness. They were completely filled with silver. Above the silver clouds, a well-built gold-core old man wearing a silver robe stood there. This old man had silver-white hair and a silver-white beard. Even his face faintly flickered with a silver-white color, making him appear different from others. The strangest thing was that this old man's eyes also emitted a faint silver-white light. He was looking at a tiger-shaped magic tool in his hand. As expected, the mystic artifact was also silvery white in color. On the back of the mystic artifact, there was an oval mirror that was emitting a faint silvery white light. The light reflected the light in the old man's eyes, revealing the situation within the various buildings under the silver clouds. Just like Xiao Hua's small hut, through this tiger-shaped magic tool, the old man was able to see over 10,000 small huts. The vast majority of these huts had a cultivator. These cultivators were all at the early or middle stage of foundation establishment. There were even a few at the late stage. However, these cultivators' Taoist robes were different. They clearly weren't from the same sect. Another similarity was that each cultivator held a small jade slip in their hands. Some were using their divine sense to enter, while others were closing their eyes and pondering. After roughly looking through it, the old man clapped his hand, and a silver-white brilliance appeared on his palm. The tiger-shaped artifact disappeared into the old man's hand, and the silver light in the old man's eyes also dissipated, revealing his pitch-black eyes. However, within those eyes, there were traces of silver light. Wait a few more days. When the people are all gathered, the Midas touch can be activated. The old man seemed very satisfied. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. However, this smile seemed somewhat forced. If the old man wasn't truly happy, then there must be something wrong with the muscles on his face. Chapter 2584. Immediately, the old man turned around and flew for a moment. With a flick of his sleeve, a light flashed, and a huge portal appeared out of thin air. The old man flashed into it, and then the portal disappeared again. Xiao Hua saw that the old man was in a space that was several times larger than the square that Xiao Hua had just seen. This space was empty, and there were only 2 balls of silver-white light rolling in the air. These 2 balls of light looked exactly the same at first glance, but as the old man flew closer, one of the balls of light had a silver-white brilliance mixed with fiery red threads, and a threatening heat rushed over. The other ball of light had a silver-white brilliance mixed with azure threads, and a bone-piercing chill also rushed over. In the face of such extreme heat and extreme cold, the old man's face showed even more satisfaction. He waved his hand, and a dozen silver lights flew out from his sleeve and hit various places in the space. The silver light in the space flourished, and countless strange runes appeared, flowing on the surface of the entire space for a moment before disappearing. Thus, the old man patted his hand and took out the tiger-shaped magic weapon. Under the urging of his spiritual power, the tiger-shaped magic weapon gradually transformed, and a lifelike silver tiger appeared in midair. Roar! The silver tiger raised its head and roared. The golden spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into the silver tiger's bloody mouth, and a hurricane was born from the space. However, although the hurricane was strong, the old man's robe was like cast iron, and it did not move at all. When the silver tiger soared to more than 2 feet tall, the silver tiger stopped absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Speed! The old man made a gesture with his hand and pointed at the silver ball of light with azure threads. The silver tiger opened its mouth and spat out a misty silver light. The silver light fell on the ball of light, and like hot water poured on a snowball, the ball of light quickly melted, revealing a gap of 1 person's height. Little friend Jiang, are you ready? The old man's voice lowered, which was rare, and his address was even more amiable. Sect Master Yu Qing'an is so impatient. A clear female voice came from the gap, and then a woman's figure appeared in the gap, back to Xiaohua. Under the prying eyes of Sect Master Yu Qingtian, he had no choice but to enter the hut. However, he felt that prying eyes were still there, and this feeling was like a fishbone stuck in his throat, making him very uncomfortable. He had no choice but to pretend to take out the jade slip and carefully read it. However, as he read it, he really went deep into the secret technique and concentrated. After the time it took to eat a meal, he withdrew his divine sense from the jade slip, and immediately, without hesitation, he waved his hand and took out a sword slip. However, as soon as he took it out, he was startled. He raised his head and looked around. Fortunately, the feeling of being spied eyes on, and he was the only one in the hut. This cultivator should be around the middle stage of the gold core, and he is relying on some magic weapon. Xiaohua gave Yu Qingtian a rough estimate. Then, he immersed his divine sense into the sword bamboo slip and looked at the cultivation method for half a meal. Only then did he put away the sword bamboo slip. He frowned slightly and closed his eyes to ponder. His brows gradually relaxed, and the hand seals in Xiaohua's hand also slowly formed, and a silver brilliance gradually emerged from his hand. Finally, it condensed into a silver-white small sword in his hand. Strange. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the small sword, and he muttered in his heart, how could this falling gold mountains Yu family have a secret technique for sword cultivation? On the surface, this secret technique looks like a cultivation method for Dao cultivators, and the first half is about how to cater to the different fluctuations of the formation, and how to guide the sword qi in the formation into the meridians in the body. This formation, perhaps, is the formation that turns stone into gold. And the second half is how to condense the sword qi into true essence. But, according to this secret technique, how can the sword qi be turned into true essence? How can it be guided into the meridians? This sword qi can only be formed into sword origin, right? Moreover, the second half of this secret technique is extremely obscure and vague. It can be said without mercy that it hides a lot of key things. If you comprehend it together with this sword cultivation method, you will be able to understand it. You family, what are they doing? Xiaohua was absolutely puzzled. Are they cultivating their own power? Do they want to break away from the washing flower sect and become a cultivation sect? I can only understand it like this. It seems that all the cultivation families want to break away from their identity as a family. If you family can turn stone into gold, maybe they can create a group of cultivators, and becoming a sect won't be difficult. Hee, I'm afraid this is what you want this washing flower sect disciple to promise you. Xiaohua secretly laughed, put away the jade slip and sword slip, and stood up. This young master should also go out and take a look. See if this young master's guess is correct. Thinking, Xiaohua pinched his hand, and a yellow brilliance flashed around his body, and he was about to use the earth escape technique. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua's figure moved, and the silver luster under his feet became even brighter, and even some brilliance was produced. This is bad. This floor is indeed not made of earth or stone. Xiaohua secretly cursed. His guess when he entered the room just now was actually true. Immediately, Xiaohua walked to the wall, stretched out his arm, and placed his hand flat on the wall. A kind of ice-cold and brilliant feeling passed through his palm. Xiaohua even used his finger to knock on the wall a few times, and a clear sound rang out again. Xiaohua thought for a moment, and opened his left hand. In the illusion breaker eye, a layer of faint and thin silver brilliance surrounded him. This brilliance was extremely dense, and there were no flaws. This is troublesome. Xiaohua complained incessantly, and slapped his hand, taking out the rabbit spirit talisman. After a slight hesitation, he hit it on the wall. Fortunately, although the silver wall looked extremely dense, and even a needle couldn't pierce it, when the rabbit spirit talisman hit it, it emitted specks of silver brilliance, and the spirit talisman sank in, disappearing without a trace. Haha, seeing this, Xiaohua's heart calmed down, and he secretly laughed as he hit the other spirit talismans on the wall. After a moment, Xiaohua carefully grabbed with his hand, and a small hole appeared in the middle of the rabbit spirit talisman. Xiaohua released his spiritual sense from the hole, and seeing that there were no traces of anyone else, he worriedly stuck his head out. After confirming that he could escape from the room, he retracted his head back, and kept the rabbit spirit talisman. Hee, since I can escape so easily, I will act according to the situation. In the end, this young master doesn't believe that the Yu family won't reveal their true colors. This young master doesn't believe that there will be anyone who can block this young master's escape. Xiaohua said with a cold sneer. Thinking about this, Xiaohua kept the spirit talisman and sat down cross-legged. He took out the secret techniques of the Yu family and the sword arts of sword cultivators, and carefully compared them, slowly comprehending them. Not to mention that Xiaohua had fallen into the small room of the Yu family, he relied on his profound strength and didn't care about the danger of this trap. Instead, he calmed his heart, comprehended the secret techniques of the Yu family, and waited for the Yu family to reveal the truth. Furthermore, the Jindan cultivators in the discussion hall were all dressed up, and they personally led their disciples to attack the arrogant sword cultivators according to their previous arrangements, and to open the curtains to the final battle. Before leaving, the Jindan cultivators in the discussion hall gathered together again, and discussed for a long time. They seemed to have exhausted their minds, and considered all the arrangements, attacks, and even retreating if they failed. They understood in their hearts that this battle was crucial, and they were staking it all on a single throw. If they couldn't seize the opportunity to attack first, and catch the sword cultivators off guard, then the Dao cultivators wouldn't be able to recover from their previous disadvantage, and they would be defeated sooner or later. Thus, the people who usually had some grudges during discussions in the discussion hall didn't dare to be negligent, and they openly spoke their thoughts, as well as the thoughts of others. Sure enough, after brainstorming together, they really did find quite a few details that they had overlooked. As a matter of fact, in the vicinity of Clear Sky Cave, Kunlun Sects Yuan Zhongyu, Imperial Thunder Sects Gan Mo, and Clear Leaf Sects Ji Hong all wore grave expressions as they urged the tens of thousands of disciples of the three sects to fly quietly while discussing something in low voices. Yuan Zhongyu's spiritual sense swept out, and he looked at the gloomy sky with spots of light in the distance and said, "Fellow Taoist Qian, fellow Taoist Ji, I'm afraid that it will be troublesome for us to head to Clear Cave today." That's right, when I heard that the sword cultivators were actually building a city here, I felt that it was funny. The sword cultivators who have always been arrogant actually imitated our Dao cultivators to build a defense, and this is simply stealing it. In the eyes of us experts, this trick is just showing off. Ji Hong also nodded. But before we left, after listening to everyone's careful analysis, I realized that there was indeed something fishy about this. That's right, today's sword cultivators are no longer the simple-minded people in our eyes who don't know when to advance or retreat, and who only rely on the sharpness of their flying swords to flaunt their superiority. Think about Qin Jian's schemes over the past few years, and how many of our fellow Taoists have died under his sword, and think about how many times we have fallen into the sword cultivator's schemes in this great battle. It makes me shudder. Yuan Zhongyu bit his lips and narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Perhaps this clear cave is another sword cultivator's trap. Ji Hong didn't hide her guilty conscience. Now that I think about it, it was really reckless of me to ask for a battle. Hee, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Yuan Zhongyu also laughed bitterly in a low voice. But now that we're already here, the arrow on the bow has to be shot. At this point, Yuan Zhongyu looked at Qian Mo, who was only looking forward and didn't say anything. He then exchanged glances with Ji Hong and said that cunning Qin Jian was killed by 3 juniors, and his lifetime of fame has been created by these 3 kids. Fellow Taoist Qian, congratulations, your Imperial Thunder Sect's Xiaohua is now very famous. Xiaohua is just the most ordinary disciple in my Imperial Thunder Sect. Qian Mo said indifferently. He even entered my Imperial Thunder Sect as a rogue cultivator. There are many more disciples in my Imperial Thunder Sect who are more outstanding than him. Chapter 2585. Fellow Taoist Qian, in this war, there isn't a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect who has more battle merits than him, right? Yuan Zhongyu said with a smile. That's because Xiaohua's luck is good. At the same time, it's also because my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples are good at teaching. Qian Mo didn't want to talk about Xiaohua. He pointed his finger forward and said, now, my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples who are more outstanding than Xiaohua are gathered here. I believe that each of them can achieve battle merits comparable to Xiaohua's. Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong smiled bitterly at the same time. They looked at each other again and their eyes were filled with bitterness. It was as if what they said just now was like a chicken talking to a duck and couldn't be understood. Also, fellow Taoist Yuan and fellow Taoist Ji just now. This Qian can't agree. This Qian didn't care about their expressions and continued, sword cultivators are just barbarians. How can they be compared to the great sects of my Tao sect? Although the sword cultivators had the upper hand in the early stages of the war, they only managed to gain the upper hand. If they fought against my Tao sect on the territory of the country of Shi and the country of Lian, they would definitely be lacking in strength. The advantage they had in the early stages can't be easily maintained. As long as the sects of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation really compete with them, they will definitely flee upon hearing the news. Ahem. Yuan Zhongyu coughed twice. In his heart, he was puzzled as to why Qian Mo had such a good feeling. He reminded him, the sword cultivators were able to destroy Emochin Cave at the beginning of the war and even built a big city here without anyone noticing. I'm afraid it's not that simple, right? So what if they aren't simple? Qian Mo's tone was still indifferent. The Kunlun sect, the Clear Leaf sect, and my Imperial Thunder sect are all great sects of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. They are all sects that reside in the conference hall. If we don't come here, who will? If we don't take this risk, who will? Seeing Qian Mo wearing the label of Great Sect on his head, Yuan Zhongyu smiled and said, that's right. The Imperial Thunder sect is a famous great sect in the country of Shi. In my heart, this great sect that values its reputation more than its life is stronger than the likes of Shanghua sect and Qiqiao sect. My Kunlun sect is only in the country of Lian. If we were in the country of Shi, I'm afraid we would be ranked behind the Imperial Thunder sect. That's right. I don't know too much about the Imperial Thunder sect, but I've worked with fellow Taoist Qian in the past few years. Fellow Taoist Qian's magnanimity and uprightness have made me sigh with emotion. Presumably, among the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, from sect Master Qian Lazy to the most common aura refining disciple, all of them have the same spirit as fellow Taoist Qian. My Bright Leaf sect truly admires you. The disciples of our 2 sects will be able to interact with each other even better, allowing my Qingyi sect disciples to benefit greatly. Fellow Taoists, you're belittling yourselves. Qian Mo said with a smile, my Imperial Thunder sect has the foundation of a great sect, but I'm not as noble as you say. I only do things that are worthy of my conscience. I don't care about other people's opinions. This battle, what do you think, fellow Taoist Qian? Yuan Zhongyu's eyes flickered, and he said with some hesitation, we've already made careful arrangements and preparations to attack the Sword Cultivator City, but the disciples of the three sects must attack and defend, and have a master and a subordinate. I think fellow Taoist Qian is full of wisdom. This battle should be presided over by fellow Taoist Qian. Yes, Ji Hong quickly smiled apologetically and said, I think so too. This. Qian Mo's eyes flashed with a hint of eagerness, but he was still hesitant. He said, fellow Taoist Yuan should be in charge of the Battle of Clear Sky Cave. This has already been decided in the meeting hall. I'm afraid it's against the rules for me to temporarily take over, right? Although Qian Mo's words were questioning, it was obvious that he was asking for their opinions. How could Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong not understand? They hurriedly said, fellow Taoist Qian, don't decline. In a great battle, the ones who control the situation are always the sages. Fellow Taoist, you haven't been on duty in the meeting hall and have never shown your talent in planning. Now is the time for fellow Taoists to show your ambition and contribute to our Tao sect. That's right. With our disciples in fellow Taoists' hands, only fellow Taoists' selfless heart can make us feel at ease. Ji Hong added. Good. Qian Mo clapped his hands and said, since fellow Taoists think so highly of me, this seat, I'll take it for the time being. However, there's something that I want to make clear. The merits of this battle will be split equally between the three of us. I won't take any more than that. Good. Fellow Taoist Qian's noble character and unquestionable integrity can be seen from this. Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong simultaneously raised their thumbs up and said happily, let's go. Let's increase our speed. This clear cave is not far ahead. Now that the sky has just turned bright, it's time to attack the sword cultivators and catch them off guard. Qian Mo waved his hand and the mana in his feet surged as he rushed forward. Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong laughed and said, fellow Taoist Qian, your flying technique is obviously faster than ours. Aren't you bullying the two of us? Ha! Qian Mo laughed heartily in front of the two of them. Following Qian Mo's command, the tens of thousands of disciples from the three sects indeed increased their flying speed. In less than an hour, they arrived in front of the clear cave. Although the Tao sect disciples had made countless guesses before arriving, when they saw the huge city in front of them that was tens of feet tall and stretched for several miles, they were still somewhat stunned. At this moment, the sun had already risen and the rare cool sunlight shone on the city walls. The city walls seemed to be completely transparent, as if they were made of ice. The colorful light reflected off the city walls dazzled the eyes of the crowd of cultivators. Sword cultivators. What are they doing? Qian Mo and the rest also groaned. They raised their hands and signaled all the cultivators to stop in midair. One, an ear-piercing sound of swords rang out from behind the city walls. It was obvious that the sword cultivators had also discovered the whereabouts of the large group of cultivators. Rays of sword light flashed and countless sword cultivators flew to the top of the city walls. Fellow Taoist Yuan, is the sword cultivators planning to build another sky patrol city in this clear cave? Qian Mo asked softly. Yuan Zhongyu's face was also filled with astonishment. His spiritual sense swept across the ice city and he shook his head. The sky patrol city has been around for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. How can this ice city be compared to the sky patrol city? Even so, we can't underestimate it. The city walls of this ice city are protected by the sword cultivator's sword array, which has blocked our spiritual sense. We can't see what secrets he has in the city. Ji Hong was a little worried. She whispered, Clear Cave has an ice city, could it be that there are other similar big cities? If that's the case, we have to pay attention to the intentions of the sword cultivators. Maybe the purpose of their battle here is far from what we expected. Qian Mo narrowed his eyes and said coldly, even if there is such an ice city, we can set up arrays. Attacking cities and seizing territories is the strength of us cultivators. The sword cultivators are actually playing with their weaknesses and avoiding their strengths. Aren't they seeking their own deaths? Fellow Taoists, listen to my orders. My thunder-controlling sect disciples will set up arrays and attack the front. Kunlun sect disciples will attack the left wing and Clear Leaf sect disciples will attack the right wing. We will talk after we have destroyed this ice city. All right, we will listen to fellow Taoist Qian's orders. Yuan Zhongyu glanced at Ji Hong. Both of them let out a long breath. They took out the tokens in their hands and were about to give orders. Qian Mo sneered, as if he didn't see their expressions. He raised his hand and activated his transcendence energy. He shouted, "Thunder-controlling sect disciples, listen to my orders." Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, a phoenix cry sounded. A ray of emerald green light flew out from the ice city and rushed straight into the sky. A cold-faced woman wearing an emerald green sword robe appeared from the sword light. It was Black Phoenix Sword Sect's LV Ruochang. LV Ruochang's eyes were still filled with killing intent. She coldly looked at the tens of thousands of cultivators. Her gaze then fell on Qian Mo, Yuan Zhongyu, and Ji Hong. Audacious cultivators, you actually dare to invade my Mo Qingqing. LV Ruochang lightly reprimanded, like the cry of a phoenix. The emerald green sword light around her flickered. Ha, what a joke. Qian Mo flew a few feet forward and laughed. This is the territory of my country of Shi. It has always been the territory of my Dao cultivators. When did it become the territory of your sword cultivators? You sword cultivators built a city on my Dao sect's land. You have already violated my Dao sect's taboo. Now that my Dao sect disciples have come to encircle you, you actually dare to bite back? Which sect are you swordsmen from? Why aren't you reporting your name? If you surrender early, I can still spare your lives. Heh, this sword knows that cultivators are all sharp-tongued. This sword only said one sentence, and you actually have so many words to deal with this sword. LV Ruochang said coldly, this sword can't win against you in words. You and the rest, show me your true abilities. After saying this, the sword light around LV Ruochang's body flickered. The emerald green brilliance gradually gathered. Finally, with a wave of LV Ruochang's hand, an emerald green phoenix sword intent flew out. The phoenix's body overflowed with cold light. The ice-cold sword light reflected the sunlight above the ice city. It was extremely beautiful. Following the release of LV Ruochang's sword intent, the flying swords around the ice city let out a weng 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 sword cry. It was as if it was going to resound through the 9 heavens. Moreover, this sword cry seemed to be mixed with an extremely powerful secret technique that could pierce a person's soul. Although some of the lower-level disciples who were slightly closer to the ice city covered their ears with their hands, their figures still fell. Ah! 3rd grade illusory sword. Sword array. Seeing LV Ruochang release the sword intent, that incomparably powerful phoenix, and the surrounding flying swords responding to it, Qian Mo and the rest's faces unconsciously changed. The 3rd grade illusory sword was comparable to the late gold core stage. In terms of attack power, it was close to the early nascent soul stage. Qian Mo, Yuan Zhongyu, and Ji Hong were all middle gold core stage cultivators. It seemed that it would not be easy for them to deal with LV Ruochang. That's right, this sword is Black Phoenix Sword Sect's LV Ruochang. LV Ruochang coldly said, you gold core stage cultivators in the conference hall are indeed biting off more than you can chew. You actually did not even investigate the background of my sword cultivator. You don't even know who this sword is. You and the rest can win against this array? You are merely a 3rd grade illusory swordsman. What is there to be proud of? Qian Mo retorted sarcastically. We conference hall cultivators are more concerned about many things. How could we investigate all the illusory swordsmen? Moreover, we Dao sect cultivators disdain to arrange spies among our sword cultivators. If we want to fight, we will fight fair and square. Unlike you and the rest, who used all kinds of despicable means to plant spies among our cultivators and investigate all the cultivators in our conference hall. Chapter 2586. Oh, a 3rd grade illusory sword cultivator? Lu Ruchang's mouth revealed a trace of mockery as he sneered. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will fight 100 battles without slacking. You don't even know which illusory swordsmen are. How can you win this battle? It won't happen. Qian Mo waved his hand and laughed. In a war, we need to use open schemes. All schemes are paper tigers that can't withstand a single blow. Isn't Qin Jian of the Void Heaven Sword School always scheming? In the end, he died in the hands of 3 kids from my Dao sect. In this old man's opinion, a third-grade illusory swordsman is just SOSO. Ha! LV Ruochang let out a rare laugh. Qian Mo, you're a gold core cultivator, but when it comes to eloquence, even this sword can't compare. But when it comes to cultivation, even a foundation establishment disciple from your Imperial Thunder School can't compare. Qian Mo's heart skipped a beat as he sneered, isn't it the terrifying phoenix from my Imperial Thunder School? Do you think this old man doesn't know? LV Ruchang raised his eyebrows as if he suddenly understood what Qian Mo was thinking. He asked curiously, oh? You actually know about the terrifying phoenix? This sword really underestimated you. But where is the terrifying phoenix? If he's here, this sword will really run away now. As he spoke, the murderous aura in his eyes became even stronger as he swept his gaze over the disciples of the Imperial Thunder School. You're just a third-grade illusory sword female swordsman. How can he put you in his eyes? Qian Mo saw that LV Ruochang didn't say who the terrifying phoenix was and was somewhat disappointed. He concealed it and said, this old man naturally sent him to other places. LV Ruochang didn't speak and coldly swept his gaze over the disciples of the Imperial Thunder School as if he couldn't find the terrifying phoenix. After a moment, he sighed. Alas, if I knew that you gold core cultivators were as stupid as Jurassic beasts, this sword wouldn't have wasted so much effort. If we attacked directly, you would have become my sword cultivators' prisoners. Qian Mo and the others' faces changed. Just as they were about to speak, LV Ruochang said, don't tell this sword that you don't even know who the terrifying phoenix is? Of course we know. Yuan Zhongyu couldn't bear it and shouted. But why should we tell you? Wasn't the bounty for sword cultivators extremely high? Look for it yourselves. Actually, when I said you were Jurassic beasts, you weren't here yet. LV Ruochang seemed to be in a good mood. He said as if he was chatting with a good friend, haven't you thought about it? Why is it that in this battle, the golden core cultivators that your Dao sect sent to the meeting hall are only at the mid-stage of the golden core realm? Why isn't there even a disciple in the late golden core stage? See, it was as if this sentence had woken them up from their daze. Qian Mo and the other 2 middle-stage Jindan stage cultivators' faces suddenly changed as they sucked in a breath of cold air. How do you know so much about the situation in my discussion hall? Qian Mo almost cried out involuntarily. His previous calmness was completely gone. Indeed, if this inconspicuous Lu Ruochang had said the names of these 3 people, it would have been fine. After all, the cultivators of the Dao sect all wore the Daoist robes of their respective sections. The Imperial Thunder sect, the Kunlun sect, and the Clear Leaf sect were the 3 people who had entered the conference hall, so their names were easy to say. However, this LV Ruochang actually knew the cultivation levels of all the Golden Core cultivators in the conference hall. How could they not be shocked? In particular, all the Golden Core cultivators in the conference hall of the Sky Patrol City were at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. There was not a single cultivator in the late stage of the Golden Core realm. This strange situation, even for Yuan Zhongyu and the other 2, they had never thought of it. They were assigned to lead the disciples of their respective sects into battle. They all regarded themselves as indispensable elites in their sections. They felt that they were valued by the sect master, and that none of the other Golden Core disciples were more suitable than them. Even he himself knew that this conference hall was a place to nurture disciples with potential. It was like the front line of a war. They boasted that they were strategizing and had wisdom in their hearts. After this war, they would definitely become the most dazzling figures in the sect. All the rewards and conveniences in the sect would be opened to them for their cultivation. Even though they had been discussing in the conference hall for several years, they had been together day and night and were very familiar with each other. They were also used to each other's cultivation levels. However, as LV Ruochang said, they had never thought about why their respective sects did not send a cultivator in the late stage of the Golden Core realm. A cultivator in the late stage of the Golden Core realm against a swordsman in the 3rd grade of the illusory sword seemed to be a real match, right? A cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm against a swordsman in the 3rd grade of the illusory sword. How could it be said that they met a good match? Perhaps even 3 cultivators in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm would not be able to defeat LV Ruochang in the 3rd grade of the illusory sword. Who exactly are you? Ji Hong could not help but ask. Her face was a little pale. Haha, I am LV Ruochang from the Black Phoenix Sword sect. LV Ruochang did not hide anything. I have already said it clearly. I have no intention of deceiving you. If it weren't for our sects, we wouldn't have sent our senior brothers in the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Qianmo calmed his mind and snorted coldly. To deal with weak sword cultivators like you, we only need to send our senior brothers in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. At this point, Qianmo purposely added, how about Qin Jian? Wasn't he also in the 3rd grade of the illusory sword? But he was still killed by 3 kids from our Dao sect. If we were to kill Qin Jian, one of us would be enough. Ha! LV Ruochang put away his coldness and laughed out loud. It seems that things are not what you think. The warriors of the Sword region all know about your cultivation and strength. Let's not talk about Qin Jian. How many Golden Core realm cultivators did he kill? He was careless and died in the hands of a few Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. I'm afraid it's a little unjust. However, I know very well that if you were to go, you would only end up dying in Qin Jian's hands. Ignorant, arrogant, Qianmo said coldly. As he spoke, he activated his magic power as if he was about to give an order. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. LV Ruochang pointed his finger and said, actually, I know why your Dao sect only sent you cultivators in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. But Qianmo and the other 2 asked almost at the same time. Obviously, the 3 of them were also suspicious about this matter. It's very simple. LV Ruochang raised his hand and said, when did you arrive at Sky Patrol City? Where was the place where my sword cultivator warriors fought against you? Qianmo and the rest frowned slightly as if they did not understand. The warriors of the Sword region had invaded the country of Shi for a long time, and you only realized that all the fighting was in the country of Shi. Your nascent soul realm cultivators must have wanted to go into battle long ago, right? They knew that you would definitely not win this battle, so they sent you disciples in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm to your deaths. The earlier you die, the earlier they would arrive at Sky Patrol City, and the lesser the territory of the country of Shi occupied by the disciples of the Sword region. Look at the surroundings of Imo-Qin Cave. It's just an ice city, do you know? There are many other ice cities in the country of Shi. If it's delayed for a few more years, there will be even more of these ice cities. By then, even if a nascent soul realm cultivator came, he would not be able to turn the situation around. Qianmo and the rest were stunned. It seemed that LV Ruochang's words made sense. Fellow Taoists, don't listen to her nonsense. It was still Ji Hong who was quick-witted. She seemed to have heard the hint in LV Ruochang's words and hurriedly reminded them. Haha. Seeing a flash of realization in Qianmo and Yuan Zhongyu's eyes, LV Ruochang laughed out loud. With a wave of his hand, an emerald green sword light soared into the sky. The sharp cry of a phoenix resounded. This sword only needs to say a few words to break your hearts. How can you Golden Core realm cultivators from the discussion hall be a match for the warriors of the Sword region? Although I'm just guessing, it seems that you are indeed here to die. Following the cry of the sword, on the walls of the ice city, dozens of strong sword light flashed. A huge flying sword whistled through the air and pierced towards the disciples of the 3 sects who were on guard but did not form a defensive formation. We've been tricked. Quick, form a team and counter it. Qianmo and the rest were shocked. When Qian Mo gave the order, Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong did not care about their flattery towards Qian Mo and hurriedly used their powers to command their disciples. In fact, Qian Mo and the rest were indeed tricked. They did not expect that LV Ruochang, who was a third-grade illusory swordsman, would actually try to buy time for the sword cultivators when they were about to meet them. And it was precisely because of these words that Qian Mo and the rest rushed over. The advantage of having the upper hand silently disappeared. Of course, LV Ruochang did have some doubts about the fact that the cultivators of the discussion hall were only in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. This was because when she was setting up the sword formation, she had already said that in the early days when the sword cultivators ambushed other cultivators, it was because a few late-stage Golden Core realm cultivators suddenly became pregnant. Under the shackles of heaven and earth, the sword cultivators' sword formation was broken and their efforts were in vain. Therefore, she had investigated the situation of the cultivators in the discussion hall. When she discovered this strange matter, she was also puzzled. She did not know what the nascent soul realm cultivators of the three kingdoms were planning. However, she was also clear that when it came to strategies and formations, there was no lack of capable cultivators in the Dao sect. This might also be part of the setup of the nascent soul realm cultivators. Therefore, when she did not understand the situation, she used these words to provoke Qian Mo. On one hand, she wanted to buy time, and on the other hand, she wanted to see what the cultivators were planning. However, the reality disappointed her. Qian Mo and the rest really did not know why. She could not help but look down on the Golden Core realm cultivators in the discussion hall. But then again, the Golden Core realm cultivators in the discussion hall also had their own difficulties. It was not that they did not want to send spies to investigate, but swordsmen were different from cultivators. Cultivators were considered to be in the open. The discussion hall and the discussion hall were both there and everyone knew about it. Anyone could come and investigate. There was no need to talk about the cultivators who were bought over by the swordsmen. Even if they were spies specially trained by the swordsmen, they were pure cultivators. The defense array of the Sky Patrol City could distinguish the cultivation level, but it could not distinguish a person's heart. Chapter 2587. As for the sword cultivators, compared to the Dao sect cultivators, they were in the dark. Although there were spies among the Dao sect cultivators, most of them were in the Huan country and would not necessarily come to the battle. How could it be effective to send a cultivator to gather information among the swordsmen? This was also the reason why LV Ruochang knew the cultivators in the meeting hall like the back of her hand, but Qian Mo and the rest knew nothing about the command of the sword cultivators, especially LV Ruochang. As for whether the Sky Patrol City knew, Qian Mo and the rest did not know. This was because according to the information provided by the Sky Patrol City, there were indeed many third-grade illusory swordsmen who were famous in the battle, such as Qin Jian and the rest. This LV Ru was not among them. Speaking of which, LV Ruochang did not expect that he would actually succeed in stalling for time. The many flying swords on the ice wall condensed and rushed towards some of the scattered cultivators. The flying swords were very powerful, stirring up the spirit chi of heaven and earth. The different sword cries were quite chaotic, but in this chaos, there was a rhythm. Every flying sword pointed at the 100 or so cultivators in the center. They were unable to mobilize the true essence in their bodies, and they were unable to use the magic tools and magic treasures in their hands. As for the hundreds of cultivators around these 100 cultivators, although they were less affected, the circulation of their true essence was still obscure, and the circulation of their magic power was also much slower. Seeing the flying swords rapidly approaching, they all panicked and took out their magic tools and magic treasures to meet the enemy. Pay attention. Qian Mo saw the situation and knew that things were not going well. He wanted to shout for the disciples to attack in unison according to the formation that they had set up previously. However, seeing that the flying swords were approaching and the disciples had already taken out their magic treasures, he knew that if he continued to shout, it might backfire. Thus, he could only keep quiet. However, when he looked at LV Ruochang with shame and anger, he was surprised. This unknown third-grade illusory sword female swordsman was actually standing there calmly and watching with interest. She did not join the other swordsmen in attacking the three of them. Damn it. Qian Mo gritted his teeth and looked at Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong. He knew that he had no confidence in killing this third-grade illusory swordsman. He had to join forces with the two of them. However, at this moment, Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong looked at the incoming flying swords with great regret. They were helpless. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of the cultivators. The 100 or so cultivators at the tip of the swords only had time to defend themselves. Their protective talismans and magic treasures were instantly pierced by the swords. Broken corpses fell from the sky. The remaining cultivators took out their magic treasures. Although they were sent flying by the swords, these cultivators were able to find a gap and dodge the sharp swords. Once the number of treasures attacking the flying sword increased, the flying sword would gradually be defeated. Withdraw, LV Ruochang's phoenix cry rang out. The dozens of huge flying swords turned into sword gleams that flowed like flowing water. They all flowed towards the ice city. In just a blink of an eye, the dozens of flying swords killed thousands of Dao sect disciples. Although Qian Mo, Yuan Zhongyu, and Ji Hong had already seen the casualty figures on the news, and those figures were much higher than the thousands. They had even become numb to the number of casualties. But now that they were faced with such a bloody scene, they couldn't help but feel heartache. Imperial Thunder Sect disciples, Qian Mo waved his hand and a lightning talisman flew into the air. Form a team and attack. All the surviving disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect cried out, and the disorderly formation quickly changed. Kunlun Sect disciples, form a team and attack the left wing. Yuan Zhongyu knew that this was a good opportunity to attack and hurriedly gave the order. The Kunlun Sect disciples raised their arms and shouted like the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples, their voices echoing throughout the Ice City. Clear Leaf Sect disciples, we will form a team and attack the right wing. Ji Hong screamed. The Clear Leaf Sect disciples were similarly well trained. After they were caught off guard by the sword cultivators' attack, they immediately changed into a formation. What a pity, seeing the Dao sect disciples methodically forming their teams, LV Ruochang's eyes flashed with a trace of regret. If this sword had tens of thousands of warriors, would there be a chance for you guys to form a team under my continuous attacks? If this sword doesn't kill all of you and leave your corpses all over the ground, this sword's surname isn't LV. Split your swords into 3 and attack the disciples of the 3 sects. LV Ruochang shouted regretfully. My sword region only has brave warriors who die in battle. There are no cowards. Yes. The tens of thousands of sword gleams had just flown back to the Ice City. The swordsmen were in high spirits as they replied. Attack! The Imperial Thunder Sect disciples didn't care about the sword cultivators' tricks. With a loud shout, they took out their Dharma treasures and other items. Extremely large lightning bolts were produced, flickering as they attacked the sword cultivators standing on top of the Ice City. Rumble! The lightning bolts collided with the Ice City's sword formation above the sword cultivators. The lightning bolts lingered in midair, and the entire front of the ice wall shook slightly. In the lightning bolts, the sword gleams that were like swimming fishes dispersed and were destroyed. At the same time, the Kunlun sect disciples also took out their Dharma treasures and other items. Dozens of huge fireballs and dozens of huge yellow light balls swallowed the chaotic spiritual energy of heaven and earth and smashed towards the left wing of the Ice City. Rumble! It was even more powerful than the Imperial Thunder Sect's attack. When the sword gleams on top of the Ice City were destroyed, the entire ice wall also shook, and huge cracks appeared on top of the Ice City. Looking at the Clear Leaf Sect disciples, these tens of thousands of disciples took out their Dharma treasures. They didn't create any illusions, but all their Dharma treasures emitted a faint white light. This light was somewhat similar to Shaohua's Buddha's light. When all the light connected together, it formed a faint white screen of light. This screen of light absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and covered the Ice City like a huge hand. That seemingly gentle brush actually tore apart the entire right wing of the Ice City's sword formation. Those countless tiny sword gleams were easily torn apart by this faint screen of light. Hiss! LV Ruochang saw how powerful the cultivator's combined attack array was and sucked in a breath of cold air. Her eyes narrowed, and that faint murderous aura surfaced on her beautiful face again. Kill! Just as the 3 sects attack succeeded, LV Ruochang gave another order. The dozens of sword gleams from before flew out together again, as if they were going to fly past the attacking Dharma treasures and pierce the cultivators. Attack! The cultivators of the various sects didn't wait for the Golden Core Masters to give the order. They didn't even use their Dharma treasures to attack the flying swords that flew out. The number of Dharma treasures obviously exceeded the number of flying swords. Even though the Dharma treasures didn't have any rules, they swarmed together and annihilated the huge flying swords. Kachacha, a series of chaotic sounds, and various colored lights and sword gleams lingered around. Most of the huge flying swords were destroyed by the Dharma treasures, but there were still dozens of flying swords in the core that flew out and killed more than 10 disciples. The ice city that was just cracked by the flying swords once again flashed with a faint green sword gleam. As the sword gleams danced in the air, the cracks on the ice city gradually healed. Imperial Thunder Sect disciples split into 2 groups. Qian Mo frowned and didn't miss the opportunity to give an order. One group to attack the swordsman, the other group to attack the ice city. Yes. The Imperial Thunder Sect disciples roused their spirits. Lightning flashed, forming 2 thunderclouds. One of the thunderbolts was like a sword, piercing towards the swordsman, while the other struck the already cracked ice city. LV Ruochang didn't have many swordsmen under him, so he couldn't divide them like this. He could only rely on the ice city that was already built to block the Imperial Thunder Sect's attack. If Qian Mo could divide the disciples into 2 groups, then how could Kunlun sect's Yuan Zhongyu and Clear Leaf sect's Ji Hong not see that the swordsmen were at a disadvantage? They also immediately gave the order to divide the disciples into 2 groups. This way, while the Dao sect's cultivators attacked the ice city, they could also attack the swordsmen. When the Dharma treasures flashed past, there were also many swordsmen who fell onto the ice city. At the very beginning, it was a corpse, and that was a trace of fresh blood. However, there were many corpses, and the corpses piled up like a mountain, and the fresh blood splashed onto the ice city. The previously colorful ice city was now filled with blood under the bright sun, and it was extremely strange. The Great War. Only at this moment did the bloodthirsty face reveal its cruel nature. Boom! A series of loud sounds rang out. The Clear Leaf sect's attack on the right side of the ice city was broken through first. That green sword gleam flashed past, and the blood-red solid ice slid down the ice city. Good! Ji Hong couldn't help but clench her fists. She knew that once the ice city was broken through, the swordsmen would no longer have anything to block them. All the cultivators would be able to use them to attack the swordsmen. There weren't many swordsmen left here, and they wouldn't be a hindrance to the cultivators. Boom, boom. After that, another 2 loud sounds rang out. The Imperial Thunder sect's and Kunlun sect's ice walls also collapsed. It seemed like the victory of this war was tilted towards the cultivators. Rise, who would have thought that when Lu Ruochang saw that the ice city was broken through, he didn't panic at all. He let out a low whistle, and the green phoenix sword will slowly retracted into his body. Then, sword gleams surrounded his body, and a huge emerald green flying sword appeared in midair. Woo! The flying sword didn't stab towards the Dao sect's cultivators, but instead, it went straight into the ground. Hundreds of sword gleams pierced into the ground from the flying sword and shot towards the ice city's walls at the same time. Wang! A series of earth-shaking tremors could be felt. It was as if a giant's hand was growing on top of the city's walls. Under the collapsing ice wall, an even taller and sturdier mud wall slowly emerged from the ground. Isn't this our Dao sect's spell? Qian Mo was shocked. Does a sword cultivator's sword array have such an effect? Let's quickly order our disciples to attack. Seeing this, Yuan Zhongyu was naturally shocked as well. However, his mind was faster than Qian Mo's by a bit. He hurriedly shouted. It must be because the earth element's spiritual energy here is too abundant. That's why the sword cultivator, Lu Richeng, is able to set up a sword array and use a spell similar to our Dao Sex. This must be her last resort. If we wait for her to finish building the wall, the disciples of our 3 sects will suffer a great loss again. Chapter 2588. Qian Mo and Ji Hong's hearts trembled. They had clearly seen that the cultivators outnumbered the swordsmen by quite a bit. If they were to split into 2 groups, they would be evenly matched and the cultivators would suffer losses. If both groups were to attack the swordsmen, not only would the cultivators suffer fewer casualties, they would also be able to defeat the swordsmen earlier. Therefore, they absolutely could not allow the already destroyed city wall to be rebuilt once again. Furthermore, it was very obvious that on top of the earthen wall, the earthen yellow brilliance was extremely dazzling. Compared to the previous ice wall, this earthen wall was even sturdier. With this earthen wall, the sword cultivators would be able to resist stubbornly and turn the situation around. Disciples, split into 2 groups. 40% to face the enemy, 60% to destroy the city, Qian Mo shouted without hesitation. Yes, the group of Imperial Thunder Sect disciples replied in unison, driving away the shock that had just arisen. Immediately, around 60% of the disciples activated their magic treasures. Flashing lightning once again appeared in midair. Thick lightning bolts flashed with brilliance and crazily struck the earthen wall that was still growing. Rumble, as usual, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Various colors of brilliance flashed in response. Strands of lightning were like spider webs that firmly entangled the earthen wall. As the earthen wall swayed, its rising momentum was immediately blocked. Even the dirt and gravel at the topmost layer could not be condensed by the earthen yellow brilliance, and many of them scattered down. At this moment, LV Ruochang, who was controlling the sword formation, was also flashing with sword light. She could no longer maintain the sword formation. A series of light ripples appeared at the tip of the flying sword and rapidly spread to the sword body. Quick attack! Seeing this, Ji Hong hurriedly ordered her disciples. The Chengyi sect disciples once again took out their magic treasures. The faint white light merged together and struck the earthen wall at almost the same time as the Kunlun sect's huge fireball and other spells. This time, the attack was even stronger than the Imperial Thunder sects. Not only did it completely block the rising momentum of the earthen wall, it even sent the top few feet of the earthen wall flying. In the midst of the earthen yellow brilliance, dirt and dust flew in all directions, almost covering the sky. Behind the dirt and dust, LV Ruochang's face carried a faint brilliance. That brilliance could not conceal the killing intent in her eyes, and her face was deathly pale. After all, a 3rd-grade illusory swordsman was still incomparable to tens of thousands of Foundation establishment cultivators. Good, all of the Dao sect disciples cheered and clamored. For a Dao sect cultivator to be able to force a 3rd-grade illusory swordsman into such a state, it was something to be proud of. However, when Qian Mo saw the cloud of dust and the murderous aura on LV Ruochang's face, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. He hurriedly shouted, "Imperial Thunder Sect disciple, receive the attack of the sword cultivator." Not only were the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect alerted, but the disciples of the Kunlun sect and the Bright Leaf sect were also on the move. They were about to activate their respective transcendent artifacts. However, at this moment, the sword cultivators who had been hiding suddenly rushed out from behind the dust. The dozens of flying swords condensed again, much more ferocious than before. The sharp sword's splendor pierced from afar, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Innumerable magic treasures flew out, swaying with splendor. However, apart from about 30% of the magic treasures that had a uniform pace, the other magic treasures were extremely scattered. They were as hasty as when they had first met the flying sword. With a buzzing sound, the flying swords were extremely sharp and pierced deep into the defenses of the magic treasures, taking away the lives of hundreds and thousands of cultivators. The bloody corpses fell from the sky, dyeing the snowy region in front of clear cave black and red. Steady your footing. Qianemo and the rest sighed in their hearts. Their battle experience was still not as good as the sword cultivators. At the same time, they hurriedly gave out orders, follow the orders from before and attack the sword cultivators. Hearing the orders of the 3 golden core cultivators, the group of cultivators hurriedly flew out, filling up the gaps left behind by the fallen cultivators. Once again, they activated their transcendence energy, took out their transcendent artifacts, and launched their attacks towards the half-completed city of Earth. Although there were many gaps to attack during this period of time, the sword cultivators' flying swords were rapidly retreating. They were unable to stop the effective attacks. Rumble, the sounds of explosions were incessant. Splendor also lingered in the air. A vigorous and exceptionally bloody battle had begun once again. Very quickly, 2 hours had passed. On the Dao sect's side, close to 30,000 disciples had fallen. The ground had long been covered with corpses. Severed limbs were scattered everywhere, and blood splattered all over the ground. A bloody stench rushed straight into the air. As for the tens of thousands of cultivators who were lucky enough to survive, their transcendence energy was almost depleted. Many of them had already consumed elixirs that did not form their vital essence several times. The Dao sect cultivators, who had the advantage in numbers, were already in such a tragic state. Needless to say, the sword cultivators who were still stubbornly resisting were even worse. On top of the earthen wall, a large number of corpses of sword cultivators were now lying on top of it. The ground outside the earthen wall was also littered with wreckage. The flying swords that were usually the hottest item in the auction in Sky Patrol City were now discarded everywhere. No one's gaze lingered on them for even a moment. It was as if these flying swords were just scrap metal. On top of the earthen wall, many sword cultivators had lost their lives. Now, they could no longer form the same swift and fierce flying sword formation as before. The remaining tens of thousands of disciples could only rely on the defense of the earthen wall to barely hold on. Occasionally, there would be about 10 flying swords that would rush out. However, under the overwhelming attack of the Dao sect cultivators' transcendent artifacts, they were defeated extremely quickly. They were far from causing any particularly heavy casualties to the cultivators. On the contrary, every attack from the cultivators could shake the earthen city and even kill many swordsmen. A solemn and stirring expression gradually appeared on the faces of the swordsmen. They knew that if there were no special accidents, this big city built by Mo Qingdong should be their final resting place. Their individual strength was certainly superior to the cultivators, but in terms of numbers, the difference was too great. Where are the disciples who were originally stationed here? Many quick-witted swordsmen had already secretly pondered. If they were here, these Dao sect cultivators would definitely not be a threat. However, swordsmen were swordsmen. There was a kind of ruthlessness in their bones. Even without LV Ruochang's other orders, they still activated their sword origin and tried their best to summon their flying swords. They wanted to kill as many cultivators as possible before they died. Looking at the group of Dao sect cultivators, there was an obvious relief on their faces. While they were blocking the attacks of the swordsmen, they were also diverting the greatest amount of energy to attack the earthen wall. They knew that as long as this earthen wall was destroyed, this battle would be over. Their expressions were different from the cultivators. Qianemo, Yuan Zhongyu, and Ji Hong's expressions were much more serious. They understood in their hearts that if a group of swordsmen could not block a Foundation establishment cultivator, then the final killing move of the swordsman would be LV Ruochang. This third-grade illusory sword female swordsman was not easy to deal with. Not to mention that when she first came into contact with them, she made use of their negligence to stall for time and silently turned the advantage of the cultivators into nothingness. Just now, she instantly used a secret technique to transform into a sword and used it to activate the earthen city walls to defend against the attacks of tens of thousands of cultivators. From this, it could be seen that LV Ruochang's strength was comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. How could 3 cultivators who were only at the mid-Jindan stage withstand her? Perhaps we really need a senior martial brother who is at the late Jindan stage. Qian Mo and the other two thought about how LV Ruochang tried to sow discord between them. Those words of hers were not without reason. Nameless. That senior martial brother Nameless. Where is he now? Qian Mo thought further than Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong. At this moment, he actually thought of Nameless, who he had only heard a few times in the meeting hall. Senior martial brother Nameless. Was he sent by the sect leader? Is it because the cultivators in the meeting hall are all at the mid-Jindan stage, so he is not at ease? That's right. Why didn't the sect leader send a senior martial brother who is at the late Jindan stage? Isn't senior martial brother Gantian much stronger than me? Even in terms of strategizing, he is much better than me? Why didn't he choose senior martial brother Gantian, but me? That's right. It seems like senior martial brother Gantian had other fortuitous encounters and had long been in seclusion to break through to the nascent soul realm. During the disciple selection, he did not appear at all, right? That's right. What fortuitous encounter did senior martial brother Gantian have? To be able to step into the nascent soul realm. That is a huge fortuitous encounter. I don't know what kind of rewards the sect will give me when I return to Sky Thunder Peak after this great battle. When will I be able to reach senior martial brother Gantian's cultivation level? Now is the time for a great battle. How can I let my imagination run wild? Qian Mo's thoughts suddenly became chaotic, but luckily, a loud rumbling sound pulled him out of the chaos. Seeing everything in front of him, his heart became more and more frightened. Kill! An even louder roar than before shook the heavens. It was because all the noisy Dao sect cultivators were stirred up by the soaring killing intent. Without needing the orders of the Golden Core cultivators, they all rushed towards the panicked swordsmen. The Earth City that was already on the verge of collapse was finally defeated by the combined forces of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Kunlun Sect, and Clear Leaf Sect disciples. When the earth yellow brilliance dissipated, dust flew up again. Behind the earth wall, all the sword cultivator disciples could be seen clearly. However, the panicked sword cultivator disciples were only stunned for a moment before they all flew up. They did not have time to form any flying sword formation. All kinds of sword lights flashed, and all kinds of sword intents danced, welcoming the cultivators who were rushing over with bloodshot eyes. As the weapons clashed, it became more and more bloody. An emerald green phoenix let out a high-pitched cry from behind the earth wall. It flapped its wings, and countless emerald green sword lights floated, looking incomparably sharp. LV Ruochang's cold voice sounded, "I have long heard of the name of the terrifying phoenix, and know that his phoenix body is incomparably terrifying. Unfortunately, I have been unable to find that terrifying phoenix, and my long-cherished wish of killing him under my sword cannot be fulfilled. Today, I will let you all know the power of my Black Phoenix Sword Sect's Phoenix Sword intent." Before his words fell, the sword lights attacked. The tens of thousands of tiny flying swords that formed into phoenixes each contained an enormous amount of power, and each contained LV Ruochang's extremely cold will. As each of them rapidly pierced towards the three cultivators, they were constantly absorbing the chaotic spiritual energy of heaven and earth near Clear Cave. That kind of destructive aura, that kind of feeling of a sword piercing through the heart, enveloped Qian Mo, Yuan Zhongyu, and Ji Hong. Although the three of them were very far away, with a distance of several hundred feet between them, there was no difference between this crazy sword intent, and they all attacked together. Chapter 2589. Just in time. Qian Mo and the other two were already on high alert. Their respective magic treasures had already been prepared. Seeing that LV Ruochang had finally made his move, their hearts skipped a beat. Without any hesitation, the three magic treasures in their hands flew up into the air. Under the magnificent brilliance, they emitted a buzzing sound as they flew towards the Phoenix Sword Will. Qian Mo's hand was pointing towards a dark purple magic treasure. It was in the shape of a pentagon. This pentagon wasn't uniform. Instead, the front three horns shot out like antennae. At the back, the two legs were slightly curled up. It looked like an ink stone, but there was a definite difference. This was Qian Mo's natal magic treasure, the lightning flash. As Qian Mo chanted the incantation, the pentagonal lightning flash emitted a crackling sound. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth condensed into a hurricane and poured into it. Under the faint purple brilliance, the hair-thin lightning gradually appeared. Moreover, as the lightning flash grew, the lightning also increased in size. Finally, it reached the thickness of a thumb. The most shocking thing was that as Qian Mo chanted the incantation, the lightning flash emitted an indescribable fluctuation. The fluctuation rushed up to the 9 heavens and actually affected the weather. In the sky, the wind and rain suddenly changed. Countless gales swept past and dark clouds instantly covered the sky. Within these dark clouds, lightning began to condense and faintly, the sound of thunder flashed through the clouds. Attack! Qian Mo's face was dignified. Seeing that the lightning flash had already expanded to several feet, his mouth changed the incantation again. The incantation in his hand was also formed. As Qian Mo pointed his hand, a purple brilliance shot into the lightning flash. The lightning flash emitted a buzzing sound and began to revolve. A layer of lightning as thick as a thumb formed a net from within the lightning flash. With a whistling sound, it rushed towards the incoming phoenix sword will. Looking at Kunlun Sect's Yuan Zhongyu, seeing that LV Ruochang had already made his move, he had already reached into his storage pouch and took out a 3 feet long sword. This treasure sword was different from ordinary flying swords. It had no edge and was not sharpened. A layer of purple-red light faintly appeared on the sword. At the hilt of the sword, there was a thumb-sized purple-red crystal embedded on it. From the crystal up, countless strange lightning-like runes appeared one after another. As the runes flickered, traces of lightning were produced. In just a moment, the entire treasure sword was covered in lightning. Looking from afar, Yuan Zhongyu looked like a god holding lightning in his hand. The strangest thing was that as Yuan Zhongyu chanted the incantation, his body began to walk in large strides in the air. It was the steps of the Big Dipper. Following Yuan Zhongyu's incantation, another kind of celestial phenomenon condensed in the sky. Bursts of whirlwinds appeared out of thin air. 7 strange demonic clouds flashed within the whirlwinds. Between each cloud, there were flashes of lightning. The rumbling sound was even more arrogant than the thunderclouds that Qian Mo had attracted. This Yuan Zhongyu was actually using the extremely rare thunder attraction technique of Kunlun Sect. The heavenly lightning that was attracted by the sword was somewhat similar to Xiaohua's lightning manipulation technique. Quick, Yuan Zhongyu chanted the incantation. After the Big Dipper step was completed, he raised his hand and pointed the lightning-like sword. Kachacha, 7 heavenly lightnings struck down from the sky. Following the direction of the sword, it struck towards the left wing of the phoenix sword will. Lastly, looking at Ji Hong, it was even more strange than Yuan Zhongyu's thunder attraction technique. However, when she felt the sensation of the phoenix sword while piercing her skin, she immediately stretched out her hand. Not towards her storage pouch, but towards her own neck. A long string of pearls was taken out from her snow-white neck. The string of pearls was actually a string of snow-white pearls. The string of pearls was only the size of a pinky finger. When Ji Hong chanted the incantation, the string of pearls flew into the air, swaying with a milky white brilliance. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was also stirred into chaos. The string of pearls rapidly expanded, and within the brilliance, a faint red mist was produced. Within the red mist, the string of pearls revealed its true appearance. That was actually 81 lifelike human skulls. Roar! The 81 human skulls roared in unison. In the air, they flipped with a milky white brilliance. Like glaring Vajras, they fearlessly rushed towards the right side of the phoenix sword will. Hiss! Seeing the different divine abilities of the 3 golden core cultivators, Lu Ruochang's heart was slightly startled. He knew that the Dao Sect's magic was incomparably mystical and far from what sword cultivators could compare to. Kill! Lu Ruochang's beautiful eyebrows straightened. The sword origin within his body rapidly surged out. The phoenix sword will let out a soft whistle and rushed into the lightning net of Qian Mo's lightning flash. Crackle! Crackle. A series of sounds, as if countless tidal waves were slapping against the reefs of the sea, were annihilated at the same time. At the same time, Qian Mo's lightning net was also washed away. The waves of qi that soared to the heavens surged in midair, even causing the swordsmen and cultivators who were fighting near the earthen city to be overturned. However, there was still about 20% of the sword light that passed through the lightning net and still pierced towards Qian Mo. Qian Mo was not surprised by this situation. Once again he pointed his finger. The lightning flash tilted slightly, and a stream of light purple liquid flowed out from the lightning flash. Following the direction of Qian Mo's incantation, it rushed towards the 20% of the sword light. Lightning water? Lu Ruochang may not have known, but Yuan Zhongyu, who was attacking Lu Ruochang from the side, involuntarily cried out. His 7 bolts of sky lightning struck the left wing of the Phoenix Sword Will, forcefully destroying the flying swords on the left side of the Phoenix Sword Will. Only about 10% of the sword light escaped from the sky lightning and struck towards Yuan Zhongyu. Yuan Zhongyu did not dare to be careless with this 10% of the sword light. Yuan Zhongyu's body flashed with an intense brilliance. As he endured the pain of the sky lightning's backlash, he waved his treasured sword again. The remaining sky lightning energy within the treasured sword was drawn out by him using a secret technique. It formed a several zhang wide barrier in front of him, blocking off this 10% of the sword light. It was also at this moment that he saw the lightning water pouring out from Qian Mo's lightning flash. He almost could not believe his own eyes. As the saying goes, sky lightning is formless and can kill all living things in the world. Being able to control sky lightning was a great ability among cultivators. Although the Imperial Thunder Sect was known as the Imperial Thunder Sect, there were not many who had the ability to control sky lightning. Compared to the Imperial Thunder Sect, the Kunlun Sect was a cultivation sect with a longer history. This lightning-attracting technique was one of the secret techniques of the sect. If not for Yuan Zhongyu's great fortune and his physique being compatible, he would not have received the grace of the sect and received this secret technique of lightning-attracting technique. Yuan Zhongyu had always been very proud of his lightning-attracting technique and did not put the sanctimonious Qian Mo in his heart. At the same time, he also did not put the Imperial Thunder Sect in his heart. He felt that the Imperial Thunder Sect was a sect that relied on the lightning escape technique and could not be compared to the Kunlun Sect, which relied on the heavenly thunder spell. However, at this moment, seeing Qian Mo's magic weapon condensing lightning water, how could he not be astonished? At this moment, no one in the crowd was clearer than him about the difficulty of controlling sky lightning. Not to mention that he had to step on the 7 stars and recite the mantra. If there was even the slightest mistake, the sky lightning would directly strike him, causing his soul to scatter. Even if he succeeded in attracting sky lightning water, his original treasure sword would also have to bear a small portion of the sky lightning's power. Although the power was light, it would directly strike the body, the heart meridians and the soul. The feeling of being struck by sky lightning water was something that could not be described to outsiders. Attracting sky lightning water was already so difficult. Then wouldn't it be even more difficult to condense sky lightning water? Regardless of how hard Yuan Zhongyu racked his brains, he still could not understand how Qian Mo could use a magic weapon to condense sky lightning water. Perhaps Qian Mo's magic weapon was created by imitating the Imperial Thunder Sect's lightning pool? A trace of jealousy flashed across Yuan Zhongyu's eyes. He watched as the sky lightning water condensed into a thin layer of defense under Qian Mo's control. It was similar to his own sky lightning water. When the 20% of the sword light rushed into the sky lightning water, it was immediately annihilated and did not cause any ripples. That nameless Imperial Thunder Sect Golden Core cultivator, what is he relying on to attract sky lightning water and not be devoured by it? Yuan Zhongyu was jealous, but at the same time, he could not understand how Xiaohua could directly attract sky lightning water without using a magic weapon. Let's not talk about the 2 Dao sect cultivators using their own sect's secret techniques and controlling the sky lightning water to destroy LV Ruochang's Phoenix Sword Will. Let's talk about Clear Leaf sect's Ji Hong. The 81 skeletons with the might of a Vajra rushed to the right side of the phoenix sword will and scattered. Like a mysterious array, the skeletons each emitted a milky white brilliance from their eyes, mouth and nose. This brilliance was somewhat similar to Xiaohua's Buddha light, but it was much more domineering than the Buddha light. When the sword light condensed from the phoenix sword will's right wing landed within this milky white brilliance, it was immediately absorbed by the white brilliance and entered the mouth and nose. Crunch, 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 it was like a chewing sound. The sword light that could kill a golden core cultivator, the sword light that contained LV Ruochang's sword will, was actually swallowed by the 81 skeletons. Looking from afar, it was as if the 81 skeletons were lying on top of the phoenix sword will and had completely swallowed the right side of the phoenix sword will. The phoenix sword will wailed and shook rapidly. A thin and long dark green sword that was only a foot long was revealed. It was LV Ruochang's flying sword. "Ha, you are indeed impressive." LV Ruochang waved his hand and the small flying sword quickly flew back. The golden core cultivators in the conference hall, even if they are only in the middle stage of the golden core realm, they are definitely not to be underestimated. I admit that I was too careless previously. However, in my eyes, all of you are merely spells that borrow external forces to achieve your own strength. My flying sword of sword cultivators cannot be compared to them. Then LV Ruochang said proudly, "How about this? I will only use 3 moves. If all of you can dodge these 3 moves, I will spare your lives." Could it be that all sword cultivators are people who only know how to talk? Qian Mo activated the liquid lightning and turned it into a biscuit in midair. This biscuit was divided into 8 pieces, similar to the 8 trigrams. The 8 pieces of liquid lightning swelled slightly and emitted a faint sound of thunder. This sound of thunder was light, but it was enough to move one's heart and soul. Qian Mo looked at LV Ruochang coldly and said, "Previously, you only used your mouth to delay. Now, you still want to rely on your mouth to gain the upper hand? Ha, ignorant child." LV Ruochang's figure flickered, and countless emerald green sword lights shot out like a sword pillar. Not only did they pierce through the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual qi, they even pierced through the heavenly phenomenon that Qian Mo and Yuan Zhongyu had conjured. Chapter 2590. Immediately after, the countless sword pillars fell down again, smashing onto the small sword in front of LV Ruochang. After the small sword let out a sword cry, a sword light flashed, and a huge phoenix sword intent was born again. "Fight!" Qian Mo glanced at Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong. His hand was the first to cast a spell. The 8 trigrams formed by the water of lightning rotated slightly, slowly flying towards the incomplete phoenix sword intent. It was an extreme confinement, and an indescribable deterrence was born from the water of lightning, firmly enveloping the phoenix sword intent. Separate, LV Ruochang did not care about Qian Mo's attack. She chanted a sword spell, and the flying sword within the phoenix sword intent shook slightly. 2 similarly emerald small swords were born from the phoenix sword intent and flew out. The tips of the swords were pointed at Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong. The method of the transformation of the flying swords was somewhat similar to Xiaohua's. When the 2 flying swords were born, the sword pillars that previously rushed up to the sky also smashed down. In the midst of the sword cries of the 2 flying swords, 2 identical phoenix sword intents were born at the same time. Hiss! Seeing this, Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. If it was a normal fight, needless to say, they would definitely turn around and escape at this time. The further they could escape, the better. They secretly prayed that they would not be caught by this 3rd-grade illusory sword female swordsman. However, at this time, tens of thousands of cultivators were still fighting. They could only brace themselves and face the battle. Kill! Yuan Zhongyu's figure swayed again. Although he was fast, there was no lack of stability. He did not dare to make the slightest mistake in his footsteps. The lightning in his hand was still gradually flickering, echoing with the 7 red clouds in the sky. Above the red clouds, An intense brilliance was gradually born. Ji Hong's magic treasure was still emitting a faint brilliance, but at this time, the 81 skulls expanded again, and even began to slowly move, forming a formation in front of Ji Hong. That milky white brilliance had almost turned into a dense curtain of light, protecting Ji Hong's surroundings tightly. LV Ruochang's face was slightly pale. It seemed that he had used up too much of his sword origin to condense the Earth City. With a sword cry, the phoenix sword intent once again soared into the sky and flew towards the three of them. Quick, seeing that the phoenix sword will was even stronger than before, Qianmo did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly mobilized all the magic power in his body and continuously poured it into the flash of lightning. Moreover, he also made a hand seal, and the heavenly lightning in the sky was also drawn into the flash of lightning. From within the flash of lightning, traces of lightning water slowly flowed out. Boom, boom, kacha. A series of chaotic thunderous sounds resounded. Light purple lightning splashed in all directions. The emerald green sword light also flashed rapidly. The shaking wind brushed against the face, and the momentum scattered in all directions. The thin layer of lightning water was like hot oil that had been poured with cold water. After the phoenix sword intent rushed into the lightning water, it began to explode. In the blink of an eye, endless explosive sounds rang out, and the lightning water exploded into pieces. Of course, the gigantic phoenix sword intent was also destroyed. A beam of green sword light flashed across the sky and pierced towards Qianmo without restraint. The sword light was really like lightning. Just as Qianmo's blood was surging, his meridians felt like they were being cut by knives, and even his hands and feet were somewhat numb. The sword light suddenly came. Hit! Qianmo turned pale with fright. He forced himself to use his flying technique. A shadow flashed past, and the lightning directly hit the flying sword. Qianmo's body also narrowly avoided it. The lightning evasion technique is indeed impressive. LV Ruchang waved his hand, and the green flying sword no longer attacked. Instead, it slowly flew back. Qianmo's heart endured for a while, but in the end, he did not dare to use the flash of lightning to intercept the flying sword. Quick, Qianmo's body flew up, and both of his hands were making hand seals. The brilliance of the flash of lightning flashed, and a huge suction force rushed into the sky. Within the dark clouds, lightning flashed, and frequently entered the flash of lightning. Qianmo's lightning water was easily defeated by LV Ruochang's phoenix sword intent. How good would Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong be? However, although Yuan Zhongyu's 7 lightning bolts were also incomparably strong, and contained an endless amount of heavenly lightning energy, under the impact of the phoenix sword intent, a series of thunderous explosions were born from within the lightning bolts. It was even stronger than Qianmo's lightning water. Although the phoenix sword intent was finally struck by the lightning bolts, it still rushed out of the lightning bolts and pierced towards Yuan Zhongyu. The sky was filled with killing intent, and Yuan Zhongyu's entire body was enveloped. Yuan Zhongyu tried his best to wave his sword, and the power of lightning on the sword was also very strong. However, Yuan Zhongyu's Taoist robe was still pierced by the sword light. Golden light flashed around his body, and his body was sent flying by the huge force. He almost couldn't stand still in midair. See! When the sword light dissipated, Yuan Zhongyu let out a long breath. His gaze fell on the sword in his hand that had already returned to its original state. Third-grade illusory sword. It really lives up to its reputation. Yuan Zhongyu sighed inwardly. Then he thought, Li Zongbao, that little bastard, actually managed to kill a third-grade illusory sword. Where did his luck come from? Yuan Zhongyu was so weak, let alone Ji Hong. The pale white brilliance of the 81 skeletons was torn apart by LV Ruochang's flying sword without a trace. Among them, nearly 10 skeletons were torn apart by the sword light. At this moment, Ji Hong's Taoist robe was full of holes. If it wasn't for her protective golden light and a defensive treasure, she was afraid that the attack just now would have taken her life. A sword cultivator's attack power is indeed unparalleled in the world. Ji Hong's face was slightly flushed, and her blood and qi were surging. She thought to herself, Qian Mo and Yuan Zhongyu were also prepared. This lightning magic is really the nemesis of sword cultivators. Ji Hong understood very well. Her cultivation level was not inferior to the two of them. The reason why there was such a difference was definitely because of the difference in magic and treasures. Fight! Ji Hong looked at the Clear Leaf Sect disciples who were still fighting fiercely, and a trace of ruthlessness appeared in her eyes. She waved her hand, and the remaining 70 skeletons flew back to her side. They shrunk into the shape of a string of pearls again. Pooh! Ji Hong opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of essence blood, which landed evenly on the string of pearls. Woo! A strange cold wind blew and the 70 over skeletons abruptly expanded at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, red blood threads flashed within the milky white brilliance. The faint red smoke from before became even denser. Moreover, there was a faint red light emitting from the sockets of the skeleton's eyes. Quick! Ji Hong's technique was not limited to that. She raised her hand, and 10 rays of brilliance hit the skeletons. The fist-sized skeletons let out a woo-woo sound, and like moths to a flame, they pounced towards Ji Hong. When they arrived in front of Ji Hong, they bared their pale white teeth and bit down on her body. At this moment, a trace of hesitation appeared on Ji Hong's face. When she looked at Qian Mo and Yuan Zhongyu, her eyes flashed with a trace of shame and anger. She waved her hand, and a golden light flashed around her body. It was the light of a protective barrier that forced the 70 skeletons away. Since the skeletons were forced away, they once again bared their fangs and brandished their claws, flying forward. However, this time, the skeletons were different from before. The faint red blood on each skeleton gradually expanded, covering the entire skeleton. The 70 skeletons turned into 70 faint red balls. Rise! Ji Hong immediately took out a milky white elixir and threw it into her mouth. The brilliance on her hand shone again, and she hit the 10 skeletons separately. Gaga! Dozens of ear-piercing screeches rang out, and the 70 or so skeletons instantly swelled up like bubbles. Moreover, these bubbles became increasingly inflated with the abundance of heaven and earth's spiritual qi, and in the blink of an eye, they condensed into something that looked like a human head. There were muscles and skin on the head, but they were all pink in color. The faint red glowing eyes were filled with the desire to devour like a wild beast. Seeing the 70 skeletons growing out, LV Ruochang's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. His cold voice sounded, "Everything is but an illusion. Everything still depends on one's own strength." Just as his voice fell, LV Ruochang's entire body was surrounded by sword light. The countless sword pillars from before once again shot up into the sky. However, within this light pillar, there was a faint phoenix sword light dancing within. It was obvious that LV Ruochang had already infused his sword will into this sword pillar. Just like before, the sword pillar crashed down and hit the 3 flying swords. The jade-green phoenix sword will was once again born from the flying swords. This time, the 3 phoenixes had shrunk by more than half. However, within the sword will condensed from the 3 swords, the phoenix's will to tilt the world was even more intense. Go! LV Ruochang did not hesitate at all. When the phoenix sword will was fully formed, he immediately waved his hand and the sword energy within his body flew out continuously. The phoenix sword will made a clear, ji, sound and once again rushed towards Qian Mo and the other 2. Just as the phoenix sword will was activated, LV Ruochang put his index and middle fingers together and raised them in front of his eyes. An extremely strange sword technique was born between his fingers. The phoenix sword will that had already flown up suddenly opened its eyes. Although its phoenix eyes were chaotic, a strange sword light was born from these eyes. When Qian Mo saw that the phoenix sword intent was charging towards him, he hurriedly activated his technique. The lightning flash flickered, and the lightning water once again poured out, turning into a thin layer of thunder that blocked in front of the phoenix sword intent. In fact, after the lightning water within the lightning flash was consumed, Qian Mo once again activated the lightning flash, horizontally blocking in front of him. The lightning in the sky was attracted by the horizontal lightning flash, blocking the path of the phoenix sword intent. The second move. LV Ruochang coldly shouted. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, a portion of the sword light was annihilated by the lightning water. The remaining sword light stubbornly passed through the lightning water and stabbed into the lightning flashes. Kachacha! The lightning flashes on the lightning flashes wanted to block the phoenix sword will. However, the thousands of sword lights crazily hit the lightning flashes. This extremely rare magic treasure flashed violently and blocked the sword light. The body of Zheng Wuxing was also sent flying by the lightning flashes more than 10 feet away. Chapter 2591. Seeing this, Qian Mo unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. However, before he could relax, another change occurred. The eyes of the phoenix that was flickering with a strange sword light once again flashed intensely. 2 light green sword lights were emitted from the phoenix's eyes and merged into one in front of the phoenix's lightning flash, transforming into a small sword that was about an inch long. It streaked across the sky and charged towards Qian Mo. An indescribable sense of danger arose from the bottom of Qian Mo's heart. Not good. Qian Mo seemed to have realized the danger of this flying sword and hurriedly activated lightning flash. Large amounts of lightning were emitted from the clouds and smashed towards the small sword. Unfortunately, the small sword seemed to be formless and was completely unaffected by the lightning. Before it could reach Qian Mo's forehead again, it was about to pierce through his forehead. Qian Mo's protective glow seemed to be unable to block it. What kind of flying sword is this? Qian Mo's face turned pale with fright as he retreated rapidly. At the same time, he clapped his hands and a talisman appeared in his hands. Without hesitation, he activated his magic power and a large hand appeared in midair along with the talisman's destruction. This was the protective talisman that Qian Lei bestowed upon Qian Mo. Buzz, once the talisman in the giant hand was activated, it immediately displayed an extraordinary might. Not only was everything within a radius of several hundred feet sealed, even the phoenix sword intent that the lightning water couldn't block was instantly solidified. The thousands of sword flashes were like fish swimming in ice, unable to escape no matter how hard they tried. They could only stay in the lightning water and wait for an opportunity to escape. Not to mention the light green flying sword that was about to strike Qian Mo's forehead. This flying sword was indeed extremely powerful and was similar to the soul sword that Qin Jian wanted to use to kill Xiaohua before his death. It was a sword cultivator's secret technique that could directly kill one's soul. However, in the hands of the Yuanying, it was as obedient as a glass flying sword. With a slight clench of the large hand, the soul sword shattered and turned into specks of fireflies. As the Yuanying's hand stretched forward, the phoenix's sword intent that was sealed within the lightning water was also crushed and scattered in all directions. In an instant, it was broken. The nascent soul's hand continued to wave as it passed through the thunder and charged toward Lv. Looking at Yuan Zhongyu again, the 7-star heavenly lightning had barely managed to withstand the attack of the phoenix sword intent. At this moment, Lv Ruochang had once again activated the sword intent. The sword beam that was much stronger than before easily broke through the defense of his lightning attraction technique and annihilated the 7 balls of lightning into nothingness. Yuan Zhongyu was helpless. He wanted to step on the Big Dipper again to attract the heavenly thunder. However, he was very clear that the heavenly thunder wouldn't work. His thunder summoning technique could only be considered as struggling at death's door. When he saw Qian Mo take out his nascent soul hand, he sighed in his heart. This was probably the last life-saving technique of the Golden Core cultivators in the discussion hall. If this nascent soul hand was still useless, they could only die. Therefore, Yuan Zhongyu also stretched out his hand without hesitation. The nascent soul's hand was also activated. Similarly, a light green hand absorbed a large amount of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Similarly, the sword beam was shattered by the rising power of the nascent soul's hand. The phoenix sword intent merely let out a mournful cry and was annihilated within the cracks of the heavenly thunder. Attack! Yuan Zhongyu did not hesitate. He activated his nascent soul's hand and Qian Mo's nascent soul's hand, and they both attacked LV Rucheng. In the short moment when the two nascent souls' hands were formed, Ji Hong's more than 70 light red skulls were also unable to withstand the phoenix sword intent. They only managed to swallow half of the sword beam. Another dozen skulls were destroyed by the sword beam. When the sword beam broke through the skull's defense, Ji Hong had no choice but to activate her nascent soul's hand as well. The third large hand swayed with a milky white brilliance. Like the other two large hands, it firmly imprisoned LV Ruochang in all directions. The three large hands grasped LV Ruochang from three different directions. It looked like she would be crushed into pieces in a few breaths' time. Unfortunately, when faced with the simultaneous attack of three nascent souls' hands, LV Ruochang was not as panicked as Qian Nimo and the others thought. Instead, she coldly snorted and raised both of her hands. She even slightly crossed her arms in front of her chest. Then, her palms were flat and faced upwards. More than 10 emerald green sword beams were born from her 10 fingers. 1. A violent tremor spread out from LV Ruochang's body. More than 10 emerald green sword beams quickly circled around LV Ruochang, wrapping her up like a green cocoon. In just an instant, a whirlpool appeared above the light cocoon. That whirlpool was like a morning star, like a bright moon, emitting a faint white brilliance. This brilliance quickly washed down from the light cocoon. In the blink of an eye, the entire light cocoon was split into countless tiny fragments. Within the light cocoon, an inch-long emerald green flying sword flashed with a faint crystal light. It was extremely exquisite. As the small sword let out a thunderous roar, the air within the space sealed by the three nascent soul cultivators began to move. First, it was a strand of air, then a breeze, then a gust of wind, and then a gust of wind. In the end, the heaven and earth spiritual chi within a few miles had formed into a huge gust of wind that rushed into the emerald green flying sword. The hands of the three Yuanying cultivators, which were originally about to close, were now shaking a little. The seal within 100 feet was also gradually loosening. Qian Emo, Yuan Zhongyu, and Ji Hong saw this and were shocked. Qian Emo suddenly realized something and shouted, "Quick! Let's quickly circulate our magic power. This female swordsman is too cunning. She wants to use the huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi to resist the imprisonment of our nascent soul's hands. As long as she breaks through the imprisonment before the sword is formed, our initial opportunity will be snatched away by her again." Quick! After Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong heard this, they hurriedly circulated their magic power and poured it into the talismans. They used their divine sense to control the nascent soul's hands. This was their last resort to save their lives. Furthermore, they did not believe that the three nascent soul's hands could not kill a third-grade illusory sword cultivator. Unfortunately, how could things go as they imagined? They saw the flying sword rapidly expand. In a moment, it became a slender flying sword that was more than 10 feet long. Not only was the flying sword abnormally green, it had a kind of soaring sword intent and an invincible sharpness that directly rushed towards the three nascent souls' hands. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the same time that the sword intent soared into the sky, the flying swords that were scattered on the ground of Emo Qingdong Earth City and no longer controlled by any swordsman suddenly flew up from the ground. Each of them let out a trembling sword cry and rushed into the air, landing beside LV Ruochang's transformed flying sword. Even the flying swords in the hands of the swordsmen that were fighting against the three sex cultivators also let out an extreme buzzing sound. They were no longer controlled by the swordsmen and rushed into the air. Like the ownerless flying swords, they landed beside the huge flying sword. Many of the swordsmen did not panic when they lost their flying swords. Instead, they stood respectfully in the air. The sword light around their bodies flashed intensely as they bowed towards the sword to express the respect from the bottom of their hearts. The group of attacking Dao sect cultivators, under the situation where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was completely disrupted, had various magical treasures. Although their bodies were filled with true essence and had not condensed their golden cores, they were far from being able to rely on the true essence contained within their golden cores to provide magic power. Thus, they could only withdraw their magical treasures and watch from afar. After all, the only things that could decide the outcome of the battle were the illusory swords and golden cores. Their usefulness was already negligible. Tens of thousands of flying swords rushed into the air and clustered around the huge emerald flying sword. That faint sword light overflowed from the flying sword and enveloped all of the flying swords. That kind of sharp, unstoppable aura became even more intense. At this moment, Qian Mo and the other two's nascent soul hands were already grabbing towards the flying sword. The flying sword only paused in midair for a moment before it emitted a blinding brilliance. The entire sword vibrated and pierced towards the nascent soul hand that Qian Mo was controlling. Following the flight of the illusory swords, the tens of thousands of flying swords that were enveloped by the sword light emitted an extremely ear-piercing sword hum and pierced towards the nascent soul hands of Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong. This is bad. Seeing how LV Ruochang used the illusory swords to absorb the heaven and earth spiritual qi to forcefully disperse the nascent soul hands, Qian Mo's heart turned cold. He knew that he had fallen into the trap of this sword cultivator. Following that, he saw how LV Ruochang actually used the illusory swords to control tens of thousands of flying swords. With tens of thousands of flying swords flying towards the three nascent soul hands, Qian Mo's heart sank to the bottom. Indeed, on top of the flying swords, a sword aura pierced through the sky and pierced through the air. The sharp whistling sound of the wind could be heard, and the nascent soul hands of Qian Mo and the other two seemed to have been pierced by a needle. In the blink of an eye, the illusory swords had already pierced through the illusory swords and the nascent soul hands. Close. Qian Mo did not dare to delay any longer. Once again, he circulated his spiritual energy and the huge hands slowly closed together. At the same time, Ji Hong and Yuan Zhongyu also hurriedly chanted incantations. Two huge hands, one on the left and one on the right, slowly closed together. They wanted to grasp the tens of thousands of flying swords in their hands. Seeing the three huge hands closing together, the tens of thousands of flying swords were enveloped within. The cries of the swords and the resplendent sword light were all covered by the huge hands. The entire battlefield instantly quietened down. However, the silence only lasted for a moment. Following the tightening of the illusory swords' hands, tens of hundreds of swordsmen let out miserable cries. Their flying swords were destroyed by the illusory swords and their primordial spirits were damaged. They could no longer stand still in midair and fell from the sky. Seeing this situation, the faces of the cultivators were filled with joy. There were even tens of young cultivators who were cheering noisily. After all, these three huge hands covered the space of hundreds of feet. The spiritual energy waves emitted from the palms were incomparably dense. With the cultivation of these cultivators, it was impossible for them to measure it. They also knew that this was the powerful technique of a golden core cultivator. In addition, the illusory swords of LV Ruochang and the tens of thousands of flying swords were all wrapped up by the palms. There was no visible movement. How could they not know that these flying swords were all caught by the illusory swords? Even Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong's faces revealed a relaxed expression. Once again, they formed seals in their hands. The illusory swords' hands moved slightly, as if they wanted to crush all the flying swords. Chapter 2592. Fellow Taoists, don't be careless. Qian Mo's face did not relax as he cautiously reminded the two of them. At the same time, he once again channeled his mana in an attempt to shatter LV Ruochang's flying sword. At this moment, a needle-like ray of sword light shot out from the Yuanying's hand. Following that, from the opening, more rays of sword light appeared. After a moment of silence, a loud roar resounded, causing the Yuanying's hand in the center to shake violently. Not good. Qian Mo's face suddenly lost all color. The Yuanying's hand seemed to be on the verge of collapse and was about to lose control. Just as Qian Mo cried out in alarm, the Yuanying's hand instantly lost its connection with his mind. Rumble! A series of earth-shaking explosions resounded. The jade-green flying sword that was imprisoned by the Yuanying's hand rushed out. The entire Yuanying's hand collapsed, and a sky-piercing shockwave spread out. Not only the group of Foundation establishment cultivators, even Qian Mo retreated in panic. Qian Mo's Yuanying's hand exploded and its aura dissipated. The other two Yuanying's hands on his left and right were also affected and shook violently. At this moment, LV Ruochang's flying sword suddenly swept across and a ray of sword light flashed, slashing at the two Yuanying's hands. Shuang. From the two Yuanying's hands, a small ray of sword light shot out. This ray of sword light instantly expanded. Boom, boom, boom. Two consecutive loud sounds could be heard. Yuan Zhongyu's and Ji Hong's Yuanying's hands were similarly destroyed by LV Ruochang's 10,000 swords. On the entire battlefield, waves of air surged into the sky. The corpses of the fallen cultivators and swordsmen were torn apart by this explosive force. Broken limbs flew in all directions and blood was also scattered in all directions along with the waves of air. See, Yuan Zhongyu and the rest's faces were slightly pale as they quickly retreated. At the same time, each of their magic treasures flew close to them to prevent LV Ruochang's sneak attack. When the three of them and the rest of the cultivators retreated a few hundred feet, they saw that in the midst of the mess in the air, the Yuanying's flying sword was much smaller than before. Around her, the 10,000 flying swords were also trembling slightly. It was obvious that LV Ruochang had paid a huge price to destroy the three Yuanying's hands. She also lost a lot of sword cultivators. Once the flying sword's Yuanying appeared, it once again and flew across the sky and pierced towards Jianghu. Behind the flying sword, thousands of flying Yuanyings, once again, 10,000 flying swords. Yuan Zhongyu's, and the Yuanying's S's, T to Yuanying. Both of them couldn't help but smile bitterly as they exchanged glances before looking at Qian. However, Qian-mo's reaction was out of their expectations. Qian-mo's eyes narrowed as he stared at the emerald green flying sword that was flying towards him. He actually appeared very calm. Could it be that Qian-mo has a backup plan? Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong came to a realization at the same time. However, looking at the 10,000 flying swords, the two of them smiled bitterly. Not daring to wait for Qian-mo's backup plan, they each used their own life-saving divine abilities. Ji Hong pointed her finger and the 70 skeletons circling around her once again pounced over. Ji Hong spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Just like before, these skeletons were fighting for food. Following which, the skeletons glowed red and rushed into Ji Hong's body. At this point, Ji Hong no longer blocked them and allowed them to bite her body. Blood vessels appeared on her Taoist robe. Looking at Ji Hong again, her face was strangely flushed red. Following which, her face quickly turned pale. Her originally white hair turned white in an instant and the wrinkles on her face deepened at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths' time, the skeletons that were pouncing on Ji Hong's body were covered in crimson-red blood vessels. Compared to before, the skeletons had increased in size by quite a bit. The strangest thing was that their black hole-like eyes were actually glowing red. This red light faintly revealed a kind of viciousness. Go! Ji Hong's body shook and the golden light around her body flashed. The 70 skeletons let out a whimper as if they were unwilling to part with the fresh meat. They actually circled around Ji Hong's body. Go! Ji Hong had no choice but to berate them again. She pointed her finger and an extremely faint light flashed and landed on all the skeletons. Those skeletons trembled slightly as if they were extremely afraid of this light and quickly rushed forward. At the same time, these skeletons were surrounded by traces of bloody light and quickly transformed into different faces. However, these faces were all ferocious. Pooh! More than 70 heads expanded and blocked in front of Ji Hong. Their 7 orifices each spat out a red and white light. This light was much stronger than the previous light curtain and was much finer. Yuan Zhongyu glanced at Ji Hong's technique and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. However, he did not dare to be negligent. He threw the flying sword in his hand and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Roar! With a loud and clear sound, the flying sword also expanded and turned into the shape of a 3 feet long golden dragon. Its golden coat was flashing with lightning. Yuan Zhongyu seemed to have expended a lot of energy. His entire face was pale. However, the little golden dragon circled above his head and the 7 thunderclouds in the sky pressed down. Flashes of lightning landed on the little golden dragon. At the same time, the golden dragon became brighter and brighter, and at the same time, it also protected Yuan Zhongyu under it. Looking at Qian Imo, who was in the middle, he didn't seem to be panicking at all. He didn't seem to have taken out any special methods either. He merely pointed his finger and the lightning bolt descended rapidly. Following Qian Mo's incantation, the lightning bolt gradually expanded. The pentagram was like a huge spiritual beast, blocking in front of Qian Imo. Qian Imo couldn't have lost his mind, right? Ji Hong and Yuan Zhongyu, who had taken out their last life-saving technique, looked at Qian Imo in disbelief. With such a method of usage, how could it block the attack of a third-grade illusory swordsman? However, LV Ruochang's 10,000 swords were already close at hand. How could they allow them to remind him? Go! Ji Hong pointed her finger and the 70 heads let out a sinister laugh. The red and white lights became brighter and brighter and collided with the flying sword. Kachacha, countless lightning bolts condensed into a net, layer after layer. Yuan Zhongyu also hurriedly urged his treasure sword. The lightning bolts on the little golden dragon poured down in torrents, blocking the incoming flying sword. Withdraw. Qian Imo, who bore the brunt of the attack, was even more direct. He urged the magic power in his body, and the lightning bolts in the sky also fell on the lightning flash. As the lightning flash swayed, the groove that was originally receiving the lightning bolts rushed straight towards LV Ruochang. A huge suction force was generated from the groove, a ray of sword light, like a meteor from outer space, pierced into the lightning flash without hesitation. When the huge lightning bolt struck the flying sword, it could only make the emerald green light of the flying sword become even brighter. Kang! A slight cracking sound was produced from the lightning flash. It was obvious that the lightning flash was not a match for LV Ruochang's attack. At this moment, Qian Imo, who had a calm expression, became even more indifferent. He suddenly formed a strange incantation and raised his hand. Lightning flashed on his palm, and the lightning bolts that were falling on the lightning flash suddenly turned towards him. Kachacha, the lightning bolt hit Qian Imo, but it did not injure him. Instead, it covered his entire body with lightning bolts. Not only that, Qian Imo continued to form incantations. His whole body flew up into the sky. When he reached the top of the lightning flash, he pointed his finger. Shwa! A clear sound was emitted from the lightning flash. The huge suction force rushed up to the sky. Not only did it cover the dark clouds in the sky, it also covered Qian Imo. Taoist Yuan, Taoist Ji. Farewell. Qian Mo's indifferent voice sounded in the sky. This is already LV Ruochang's third attack. If I can break it, even if she is not seriously injured, you can still escape from her 10,000 swords. She will definitely not have a reason to chase after you. If I am seriously injured, I ask the two of you to lead the men of our 3 sects and kill these unarmed sword cultivators one by one. Taoist Qian. When Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong saw this, how could they not know what Qian Imo wanted to do? Both of them were greatly moved. There is no need to stop me, and there is also no need to say anything. Qian Mo's figure slowly descended into the lightning flash. Today, I am the center of the 3 sections. Naturally, I will protect the disciples of the 3 sects with my own body and kill the sword cultivators with my own body. Immediately, Qian Mo's gaze turned to the south, which seemed to be the direction of the Imperial Thunder sect. He sighed in loneliness. Alas, I have long expected that I would end up like this. Indeed, who can understand my heart? My self-harm is undoubtedly because I have no face to see the old friends of the Sky Thunder Peak and the tens of thousands of disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. But who can understand my heart? Admittedly, I want the Imperial Thunder sect to be strong, but my strength is weak. Admittedly, no one can understand my heart, but I have no regrets. Admittedly, everyone treats me as a laughingstock, but how can I not know? I have a clear conscience. Everything I do is based on my own understanding. I have my own path of strength. I regret that I can't see the Imperial Thunder Sect standing at the peak of the country of Xi in my lifetime. My path, let me walk I alone, I have no regrets. I have no regrets? As he spoke, the lightning flashes cracked even more. Qian Mo chanted, I have no regrets, and his body turned into lightning and fell into the lightning flashes. Fellow Taoist Qian. Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong both cried out in sorrow. At this moment, they didn't have the feeling of a fox grieving for a rabbit's death. Instead, they felt a deep sense of regret. They only thought of Qian Mo as a stubborn person, a person who abided by the rules, or even a person who pretended to be a person of high morals. Who would have thought that this ordinary cultivator who was looked down upon and ridiculed by others actually had such ambition in his heart? Thinking of Qian Mo's actions in the conference hall, thinking of his so-called collusion with Tu Hong, thinking of what he did to Dui Qiming and the others, and thinking of how he revealed Tu Hong's plans and thoughts in the conference hall, as well as how he was forced to be the center of the three paths, Qian Mo did not hesitate to exchange his life for the tens of thousands of disciples. Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong deeply understood that they had underestimated Qian Mo. They had underestimated Qian Mo's personality. In Qian Mo's heart, there was a Grand Duke. Chapter 2593. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning flashes suddenly exploded. Although the momentum was not as strong as the Yuaning's hand, this explosion was still caused by Qian Mo's self-destruction of his physical body and his natal magical treasure. The target was very clear and the area was also very concentrated. The space around a few dozen feet to the left shook violently and the silent ripples pushed everyone back a few dozen feet. In the midst of this ripple, the 10,000 swords that were piercing towards Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong suddenly stopped and quietly stopped in midair. At the place where the splendor was, countless lightning bolts burst out. Following the lightning bolts, Lu Ruochang's figure appeared. His sword was damaged, his face was pale, and there was even a faint trace of fear in his eyes. It was obvious that under Qian Mo's life-risking attack, Lu Ruochang was unable to maintain his sword form and was even seriously injured. Lu Ruochang's cold voice sounded, "This sword is a man of his words. The 3 moves that I said earlier have already passed. 2 of you are still alive. Since you all have dodged, this sword will spare your lives. You can go back later." Hearing the words of the 3rd-grade illusory swordsman, the cultivators of the 3 sects who were waiting nearby all had expressions of joy on their faces. This Lu Ruochang's sword form was really too powerful and had already scared everyone to death. Now that they saw a chance of survival, how could they not be happy? Even the golden core cultivator as strong as Ji Hong hurriedly waved her hand. In front of the 10,000 swords, the 70 or so heads flew back and raised their hands to give the order. But at this time, Yuan Zhongyu smiled faintly and said, "It seems that the 3 moves have not been completed yet? The move just now can only be considered as half of the 2nd move. This old man is not talented. I will take the 3rd move." What? Ji Hong was shocked. Although she still had magic power in her body, it had already been exhausted. How could she fight against a 3rd-grade illusory swordsman? However, when Ji Hong saw Yuan Zhongyu's calm expression and looked at the 10,000 flying swords floating quietly in front of her, a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. At the same time, she raised her eyebrows and coldly said, "That's right, Senior Qian Mo used his life to help us dodge the 2nd move. We are already prepared to receive your 3rd move." Kill. Yuan Zhongyu didn't wait for Ji Hong to finish speaking. He raised his hand, and the sword that had transformed into a little golden dragon roared. The 7 dark clouds in the sky flashed with lightning and struck down at LV Ru. Seeing this, LV Ruochang's eyes flashed with a trace of shame and anger. Her body emitted an extremely weak sword light, and her figure could no longer support itself in the air. She fell for more than 10 meters. At the same time, the thousands of flying swords hanging around her fell together, just like fallen leaves swept by the autumn wind. Senior brother Qian Mo has already injured this bastard. This was the perfect time to kill her. Everyone for the heroic death of Qian Mo, for the great victory of our Dao sect. Seeing this, Yuan Zhongyu knew that his guess was correct. Wherever the sword pointed, numerous lightning bolts struck down, hitting the place where LV Ruochang's body fell. LV Ruochang was almost unable to deal with the lightning bolts that were easily deflected. Her body swayed twice, and with lightning bolts lingering around her, she urged the flying swords under her feet to escape towards the northwest in an extremely sorry state. As for the remaining 10,000 swordsmen, seeing their flying swords falling from the sky, they hurriedly urged their sword energy to connect with their flying swords. However, many of the Dao sect cultivators were already moved by Qian Mo's death without hesitation. Seeing that there was a chance to avenge him, they couldn't help but feel agitated. They urged their energy to their utmost, and the light from their magical treasures shot towards the unarmed swordsmen. The swordsmen were already at a disadvantage, and now they were in an even more sorry state. Those with high cultivation could still retrieve their flying swords and step on them, following closely behind LV Ruochang's departing figure. Those with low cultivation couldn't retrieve their flying swords in time, and could only urge their sword energy to fly out. However, their bodies were much slower, and the thousands of magical treasures of the cultivators had already been smashed to the ground. Another 60% of the swordsmen had fallen here. Kill! Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong shouted. They took the lead and flew up, ignoring the swordsmen. Each of them held a treasure in their hands and constantly channeled their magic power. They wanted to catch up with LV Ruochang and kill him on the spot. However, it was obvious that the flying techniques of the swordsmen were superior to those of the Dao sect cultivators, not to mention LV Ruochang, who was at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword. In the blink of an eye, she was already far away, and it seemed that with Yuan Zhongyu and Ji Hong's flying speed, it would be difficult to catch up with her. However, Yuan Zhongyu raised his eyebrows and cried out in joy, "Fellow Daoist, look! Isn't LV Ruochang escaping towards the sword catacomb?" That's right, it's the sword catacomb. Ji Hong didn't understand Yuan Zhongyu's joy. If the swordsmen were defeated, wouldn't they be escaping towards the sword catacomb? Could it be that they have a better place to go? Haha, Yuan Zhongyu laughed and said, "Fellow Daoist Ji, there's something you don't know." Following which, Yuan Zhongyu repeated Qian Mo's suggestion. He pointed with his finger and said confidently, "Senior brother Qian Mo is indeed a deity. His calculations are flawless. As long as the swordsmen are defeated and enter the sword catacomb, the 10-direction annihilation array set up by Black Sky Sect's fellow Taoist Xiong Huasong will be able to kill them all." But fellow Taoist Qian has such a great ability? Ji Hong didn't know that the dozens of sects on duty in the conference hall had such an incredible hidden card. She couldn't help but exclaim, "He could actually predict the defeat of the swordsmen today?" This is also part of that old man Tu Hong's plan. Yuan Zhongyu couldn't help but sigh. It was used by senior brother Qian Mo. That day in the conference hall, I felt that it was inconceivable. How could the swordsmen be defeated so easily? But who knew that senior brother Qian Mo's plan would actually work today? If senior brother Qian Mo didn't endure the humiliation and get along well with Tu Hong, how could he have such a plan? Fellow Taoist Ji, previously I really wronged senior brother Qian Mo. Not only did I wrong senior brother Qian Mo, I really wronged him. Ji Hong replied without hesitation. That day in the marriage alliance between the Imperial Thunder Sect and the Sky Patrol City, I even ridiculed senior brother Qian Mo for a long time. I always treated him like a clown. Even in the conference hall, senior brother Qian Mo's performance made me feel that he was too pedantic and unfit to be the representative of the Imperial Thunder Sect. But today, it seems that I was wrong. Senior brother Qian Mo's thinking is far beyond what I can imagine. His breadth of mind is also beyond my imagination. Yuan Zhongyu nodded. The good and bad of a person can't be judged simply by a few things. It also can't be judged from our own eyes. It can only be judged at the moment of life and death. Although senior brother Qian Mo has some shortcomings, These shortcomings are nothing compared to his strength of sacrificing himself for a noble cause. That's right, Ji Hong replied as she used her spiritual sense to scan the surroundings. She smiled and said, Senior brother Qian Mo's death can be considered to have some results. More than half of the swordsmen have been killed and Lu Ruochang has also fled in a sorry state. Now that we are chasing after Lu Ruochang, we can report this matter to the other fellow Taoists and let them know of senior brother Qian Mo's ambition. That's right. If we can kill all the swordsmen in the sword catacomb, the Imperial Thunder sect will have the greatest merit in this battle. As Yuan Zhongyu spoke, he called over a dozen disciples and recorded everything he said into a jade slip. He then passed it to the disciples who were sending the message. After the disciples scattered and flew away, he then ordered the disciples of the three sects to form a formation and set off towards the sword catacomb. Within the sword catacomb, a crack appeared in the huge silver ball of light. From within, a layer of misty azure brilliance seeped out. Once the brilliance came into contact with the air, a sizzling sound could be heard. If one looked closely, it was a trace of thin ice shards slowly falling down. This azure brilliance was actually so cold. Following the appearance of the crack, the azure light above the silver ball of light flourished. A clear and cold voice floated out from the crack. You Qingtian sect master, aren't you being too impatient? Following this voice, a tall woman wearing a strange sword robe appeared from the crack. It was Zhang Yuhe from the Xian sword sect who had disappeared for several years. At this moment, Zhang Yuhe's entire body was overflowing with azure light. That azure light not only appeared on the surface of her body, but also seeped out from the pores of her body. It was as if her entire body was an azure flying sword. Even when the azure light inadvertently flowed out, the strange sword rune would appear from time to time. It was unclear whether it was inherent to the azure light or unintentionally formed. Little friend Zhang, Yu Qingtian didn't care about Zhang Yuhe's indifference. He only said kindly, It's not that this old man is impatient. It's just that at this moment, outside the sword catacomb, the swordsmen of the Huan country and the cultivators of the three countries are fighting fiercely. I don't know how many lives have been lost here. If our cooperation can be completed earlier, wouldn't there be fewer cultivators and swordsmen dying? When has Sect Master Yu been so benevolent? If Sect Master Yu is really benevolent, why don't you remove the restriction on this sword? As long as this sword appears in the sword catacomb, the warriors of my sword domain will know that this sword is still alive in this world. Then, the war between cultivators will naturally end. Why wait until our cooperation ends? As she spoke, Zhang Yuhe raised her arm. A few silver crystal threads appeared on her arm. The silver brilliance on the crystal threads shone brightly, covering Zhang Yuhe's arm and half of her waist. This old man naturally wants to let you go back earlier. Yu Qingtian didn't seem to feel embarrassed. He only smiled and said, But our cooperation hasn't been completed yet. How can this old man let you go? If you go out and don't come back, wouldn't this old man's decades of hard work be in vain? This sword can naturally make a sword oath that when the war is over, I will come back to the sword catacomb. Zhang Yuhe replied, The warriors of my sword domain have always been true to their words, unlike you cultivators of the Tao sect. Chapter 2594. Ha! My young friend Zhang. Yu Qingtian laughed. In this world, if there is no betrayal and no betrayal, what is the use of the blood oath and the sword oath? However, how can the sword oath and the blood oath be compared to the control in your own hands? If you don't fulfill the sword oath and return to the sword tomb, and instead bring the sect master of your Shenzhen sect to the sword tomb to look for me, what should I do? If I don't fulfill the sword oath, then how can Sect Master Yu help me cultivate the extreme Yin constitution? Help me cultivate the 6 directions Yin spirit through the blood sacrifice? A mysterious smile appeared on Zhang Yuhe's lips. Yu Qingtian raised his white eyebrows and said without hesitation, Don't you want to cultivate the 6 directions Yin spirit yourself? Don't you want to break through the illusory sword realm and enter the sword transformation realm? In my opinion, even if I let you go now, I'm afraid you won't leave. Zhang Yuhe did not speak for a long time. After a long while, she sighed and said, yes. Entering the sword transformation realm is the lifelong pursuit of the swordsman of the sword region. The great yin-yang six-direction sword spirit is another shortcut. In just a few decades, although this sword has not cultivated the great yin-yang six-direction sword spirit, just by relying on this extreme yin constitution and the communication with the six directions yin spirit, my entire body can already transform into a simple sword. If I can cultivate the six directions yin spirit, I can immediately take a peek at the sword transformation realm. When the yin spirit and this sword become one, it will definitely stabilize the sword transformation realm. In the future, the spiritual sword and divine sword can definitely be expected. Even if Sect Master Yu wants me to leave now, I will definitely not leave. Yes, if you leave, won't your decades of hard work and pain be in vain? Yu Qingge nodded and said, my decades of hard work will also be in vain. Yu Qingtian paused for a moment and said, in order to cultivate your extreme yin constitution, I used the power of the whole family to find the mysterious yin spirit grass and the great yang dragon root, as well as countless rare treasures. This old man has invested more than little friend. Sect Master Yu, do you think I don't know about this? You don't have to say it again and again. Are you reminding me to be grateful? Zhang Yuhe sneered. If you don't have my incomplete sword slip, do you know what the spirit of the great yin-yang six-direction sword is? Do you know how to cultivate a sword spirit? Furthermore, if this sword were to refine a six-directions yin spirit, wouldn't your Yu family be able to refine a six-directions yang spirit as well? Wasn't he able to cultivate a sword transformation disciple whose cultivation base was comparable to that of a nascent soul stage cultivator? Your Yu family's harvest seems to be much more than mine, right? That's right. Yu Qingtian did not wait for Zhang Yuhe to say anything and directly admitted, that's why I used the strength of my entire clan to cooperate with you, little friend. That's why you and I could work together for decades. However, Zhang Yuhe did not let it go and continued. Didn't the cultivation method of the great yin-yang six-direction sword spirit also remain in the Yu family? In the future, when you meet a suitable disciple, you can even cultivate a swordsman. Isn't this my contribution? Isn't this my sincerity? Sect Master Yu actually imprisoned this sword here for dozens of years. Little friend Zhang, it's pointless to talk about it now. Although Yu Qingtian's face was all smiles, his tone was somewhat cold. Little friend, your sword slip only has the technique to cultivate a sword spirit, but it doesn't have the method to change one's physique, right? This profound phoenix physique is a secret technique passed down in my Yu family. Even the top sects in the three kingdoms of cultivation may not have such a strange technique, let alone sword cultivators from your Huan kingdom, right? If it weren't for little friend's sincerity in cooperating with me, how could I take it out? Little friend, I've seen your cultivation advance by leaps and bounds all the way from the drawing sword stage to the second grade of the illusory sword stage. This seems to be the result of my Yu family's secret technique, right? Not to mention, if it weren't for the disciples of my Yu family who discovered the formation when you fell into the sword tomb that day, I'm afraid you would have. That formation was your Yu family's trap. Don't think that this sword doesn't know. Zhang Yuhe said angrily, this sword admits that your body refining technique is indeed useful, but if you don't have the technique to communicate with the sword spirit, how can you improve your cultivation? Didn't an ordinary disciple of your Yu family cultivate from the Qi refinement stage all the way to the late stage of the foundation establishment stage under this sword's secret technique? When the Liuhe Yang spirit is cultivated, he can also easily step into the gold core stage. Isn't this secret technique 100 times more useful than your profound phoenix technique? Yes. Yu Qing'an saw that Zhang Yuhe was angry and said with a smile, I admit all these. Otherwise, why would I continue to cooperate with little friend? However, I still have to say that the sword formation you fell into was definitely not set up by my Yu family. It was really a formation left behind by the sword tomb. Little friend returned to Huan Kingdom in a hurry that day and accidentally touched the restriction. Hearing Yu Qingtian's soft words and mentioning the restriction that day, Zhang Yuha's cold expression was a little strange, and even her eyes flashed with melancholy. She sighed and said, "Sect Master Yu, is there still no news of my sister Zhang Yutong?" "Of course there isn't," Yu Qingtian said without hesitation. "When I was cooperating with you, I had already told you the news of the three kingdoms without hiding anything. As long as my Yu family knew the whereabouts of Duan Yuming and the others from the Shenzhen sect, we would definitely not hide anything. If I knew the news of Zhang Yutong, I would definitely tell you immediately." "I hope so," Zhang Yuha said faintly. This sword is a little selfish. If it weren't for the cooperation with you, this sword would have already passed the news to my sect master. Ah, little friend, you don't have to worry about this. The cooperation between you and me is mutually beneficial. The news of Zhang Yutong won't affect our cooperation. Why wouldn't I tell you?" Yu Qingtian comforted. "Besides, your Shenzhen sect must have received your previous message to send illusory swordsmen to the three kingdoms to look for you. Otherwise, why would they go directly to Meng Kingdom? As for whether you go back or not, it's the same. Also, didn't I tell you clearly? Your message and your escape. It's very likely that those unknown cultivators did it on purpose. What they're after? Hee, it's not shallow. This old man was only guessing that day. Now that the Dao cultivators are fighting, this old man's guess should be confirmed. Then why did Lu Weigang start a war between cultivators? It doesn't mean anything to him." Zhang Yuha sneered. "He's just a foundation establishment cultivator. He's just an ant. It's still too early to talk about it. I think there must be a real conspiracy brewing after this war." Yu Qingtian seemed to be pointing something out. Zhang Yuha was concerned and asked, "How is the war between cultivators now? Is it my sword realm or your Taoist sect that has the upper hand?" "In order to show my sincerity, as long as you want to know, I won't hide any information from you. Don't you know the situation of the war?" Yu Qingtian said with a smile. "According to Sect Master Yu's battle report, my sword realm naturally has the upper hand." Zhang Yuha frowned and said, "But this is poles apart from my estimation. Little friend, you're not at the front of the battle. How do you know the changes in the situation?" Yu Qingtian said disapprovingly, "Now, the sword cultivators of Huan Kingdom have already passed the Sword Tomb and are about to advance to the vicinity of Sky Patrol City. If it weren't for Shuiyu Jinren, I'm afraid they would have attacked Sky Patrol City. Isn't this the result that Sect Master Yu wants?" Zhang Yuha sneered. Hee, I'm really contradicting myself now. Yu Qingtian said with a smile, "I'm a cultivator of the country of Shi. Naturally, I hope that my Taoist sect cultivators will win. However, our plan is carried out in the Sword Tomb. This war between cultivators is really fast and it takes a lot of time for you to refine the sword spirit. If my Taoist sect defeats the sword cultivators, it's inevitable that we'll fight our way to the Sword Tomb. Although the Sword Tomb is huge and the chances of finding you and me are slim, little friend's Great Six Directions Yin-Yang sword spirit is completed. There must be some changes in the sky. It's impossible that it won't attract the attention of the sword cultivators and the Taoist sect cultivators. It's extremely disadvantageous for both you and me. Isn't this what Sect Master Yu wants?" Zhang Yuha sneered. "This war is far away from the Sword Tomb. Even if there's chaos here, it has nothing to do with the war." "Of course not." Yu Qingtian shook his head. "I'm naturally concerned about the war. I've already said before that there's something strange about this war. It's very likely that something strange will happen soon." At this point he frowned slightly. Then he smiled and said, "However, I'm only concerned about the war. This strange thing has nothing to do with you and my Yu family. When you've completed the Great Six Directions Yin-Yang sword spirit and stepped into the sword transformation realm, not only will it bring glory to the sect, but it will also be easy for you to avenge Zhang Yutong." "That's right." Zhang Yuha gritted her teeth. "This is also my plan. I want to use the power of the sword transformation realm to kill Lu Weigang and the Foundation establishment cultivator behind him. Otherwise, No matter how sect master you threatened or tempted me that day, I will never agree to it. Yes, 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 Yu Qingyan smiled apologetically. I also hate cultivators who pretend to be obedient but secretly plot against me. That's why I'm helping you. No matter which sect you're from, as long as you leave the sword tomb as a sword transformation realm cultivator, which nascent soul cultivator in the 3 cultivation countries will dare to disrespect you? Avenging Zhang Yutong will be a piece of cake. Zhang Yuhe snorted coldly. Her eyes flashed with hatred. I just don't know, when will you start condensing the blood spirit for the 6th time? Yu Qingdian finally asked tentatively. Alas, Sect Master Yu, it's not that I'm not in a hurry. Zhang Yuhe sighed and waved her hand. A green brilliance condensed in front of her, and a flying sword more than a foot long appeared in the air. The flying sword flashed with sword light, and its shape was indistinct. The threatening sword intent actually caused Yu Qingtian's Taoist robe to flutter in the wind. He said, "To be honest, I'm 100 times more anxious than you are. I don't know whether my twin sister is dead or alive, so I can only hide here and practice hard. I can't do anything for her. My heart is tormented every day, and I can't wait to condense the great 6 directions yin-yang sword spirit now." Chapter 2595. Although the great yin-yang 6 direction sword spirit is not difficult to cultivate, and 2 swordsmen with extreme yin and extreme yang constitutions can barely cultivate it with some secret techniques. However, if one really cultivates it to the point where it can move unhindered and cut off all yin and yang in the void, it will not be a simple matter. It can even be said to be impossible. Although my 10,000 spirits blood sacrifice technique cannot cultivate the great yin-yang 6 directions sword spirit to the extreme, if it can really be cultivated, it will definitely not be difficult to kill a nascent soul cultivator. However, I've already told the sect master about the 10,000 spirit blood sacrifice. We'll select 99,999 foundation establishment cultivators, and 20% of them will be disciples with pure 5 elements physiques. After that, we'll have to go through 6 60-year cycles of refinement before we succeed. Zhang Yuhe did not wait for Yu Qingdan to say anything and argued very eloquently, as if she was bargaining. That's impossible. Yu Qingtian shook his head. Not to mention that the harsh physiques of these 100,000 cultivators cannot be satisfied, even 6 cycles of refinement is impossible. Yes, Zhang Yuhe said helplessly. Then we can only simplify it. We don't need those with 5 elements physiques, just cultivators will do. We don't need 6 cycles of refinement. We only need these few decades. But the blood spirits of those 99,999 cultivators, they absolutely couldn't be left out. Without enough blood spirits, the yin-yang sword spirit will not be able to grow, and how can it form the 6 directions sword spirit? Little friend. Yu Qingtian smiled bitterly. In these few decades, I have already provided nearly 70,000 blood spirits. Although the quality of the blood spirits varies, but at least there are some, right? How long do you think my Yu family can take the lives of so many cultivators? If any part of it is accidentally leaked, my Yu family will definitely not have the chance to establish itself in the Dawn Rain continent. The 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Won't those cultivation sects completely wipe out my Yu family? Hee, Zhang Yuhe smiled faintly again. Sect Master Yu, if you were not in the sword tomb that day, if you did something that triggered the blood spirits, how could I detect it? How could I be trapped in the sword formation? Moreover, you did not hesitate at all for the first blood sacrifice and arranged it in an extremely short period of time. Do you think I would not know? Yu Qingtian only chuckled and did not answer. Don't worry, Sect Master Yu. This sword will only speak of this matter in front of the sect master and will absolutely not speak of it to a third person. This matter is also related to my safety. Zhang Yuhe waved her hand again, and the azure flying sword immediately jumped up and danced around her like a dragonfly. Now, this great yin-yang 6 direction sword spirit has already undergone 5 blood sacrifices and is about to reach perfection. This last blood sacrifice is also very important. If it succeeds, this sword can immediately step into the third grade of the illusory sword and see the sword transformation realm, and that disciple of yours can immediately step into the gold core realm. However, if there is even the slightest mistake, not only will this sword and your disciples' lives be in danger, but everything from before will also be for naught. This sword cannot afford to be careless. You don't need to remind me. Yu Qingtian nodded and said, this old man already knew, but after 5 blood sacrifices, this old man really can't gather so many blood spirits in the Dawn Rain continent. This time, I used up all the resources of the Yu family and spent nearly 5 years to barely find enough blood spirits. However, if this little friend still can't carry out the blood sacrifice, this old man is afraid that there will be a change in the situation. When that time comes, no one will answer you even if you beg the heavens and the earth. All right. Zhang Yuha hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Sect Master, give this sword another month. This sword will properly refine this 6 directions sword spirit. When it is slightly perfect, I will inform Sect Master. All right. Yu Qingnan heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his hands. This matter is beneficial to both of us. Little friend, I will have to trouble you to do it. Of course. Zhang Yuha opened her mouth, and the azure flying sword suddenly entered it. The azure color of the entire silver ball of light brightened, and the gap slowly closed again. Zhang Yuha raised her eyes to look at the ball of light that was entwined with crimson fire threads and said, your nephew's aptitude is indeed not bad, but it's a pity that his cultivation is still too shallow. When you urge this sword, don't forget to remind him. If his 6 directions yang spirit is not perfect, just relying on this sword to make up for it and bring him into the gold core realm. I'm afraid that the entire great yin yang 6 directions sword spirit will only have a 40% chance of success. This sword is unwilling to carry out the last blood sacrifice because of him. Yes, I will have to trouble you to worry about this matter. This disciple is also the most outstanding disciple of the Yu family. Although his cultivation is shallow, his physique is inclined towards extreme yang. Otherwise, this old man wouldn't dare to hand him over to you. Yu Qingtian nodded in agreement. Yes, Sect Master is right. If it weren't for his extreme yang physique, why would this sword be willing to cultivate the 6 directions yang spirit with him? Zhang Yuha nodded proudly. As she spoke, the azure light around Zhang Yuha surged out from her skin and wrapped around her entire head. It was very similar to an azure cocoon, but there were still traces of blood on this azure cocoon, just like the azure brilliance in the silver ball of light. Yu Qingtian's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. He clapped his hands again and took out the tiger-shaped magic weapon, sealing the gap in the ball of light. After waiting for a moment, he pointed his finger again, and the magic weapon spat out a silver brilliance again. The brilliance was like a silver net that landed on the ball of light and quickly merged into it before disappearing. Then, Yu Qingtian waved the magic weapon and used the same incantation to open the silver ball of light that was suffused with crimson threads on the left. A crimson brilliance flashed in the silver gap, and streaks of seemingly scorching red rushed out of the gap, almost igniting the air. Great-grandfather! An equally crisp voice sounded, and a handsome young man flashed out from the gap. This young man was wearing a silver Taoist robe, and red light lingered around his body. Streaks of red light were like tiny pythons that flowed around the surface of the young man's body. Even when the young man spoke, red light was swallowing and spitting out from his mouth and nose. However, just like Yu Qingtian, this young man's eyes were extremely close to silver and didn't change with the crimson brilliance around his body. Yu Qingtian smiled and said, how's the sacrificial refining of the 6 directions yang spirit? This young man was actually the Yu Tong that Xiaohua had been thinking about for a long time. He was also the Yu Tong who had forced Xiaohua out of the Huanhua sect and was preparing to send Xiaohua to his death in the Sword Tomb. However, at this time, Yu Tong's cultivation was already at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, and it seemed that he wasn't much worse than Xiaohua. Especially his handsome and youthful appearance, He had already surpassed Xiao Hua's. He, thank you for your concern, great-grandfather. Yu Tong bowed and said with a smile, everything is under the boy's control. There won't be any mistakes. Great-grandfather? All right then. A benevolent smile appeared on Yu Qingtian's face, and his divine sense swept across Yu Tong's body. That scorching feeling was transmitted to him along with his divine sense. Yu Qingtian didn't dare to examine carefully, and hurriedly withdrew his divine sense and said, Our Yu family originally wanted to borrow the massive amount of broken swords and the accumulated gold-attributed spiritual qi of heaven and earth to carry out the ritual of turning stone into gold, helping you and other disciples with suitable aptitudes to improve their physiques. But we didn't expect that we would actually meet Zhang Yuha, a sword cultivator. This refining technique of the Great Six Directions Yin-Yang Sword Spirit is not only useful to you, but also to the future generations of our Yu family, right? Yu Tong pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, Great-grandfather is right. This is a great opportunity for our Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain, and also a contribution great-grandfather has made to our Yu family. This refining technique of the Great Six Directions Yin-Yang Sword Spirit is indeed complete, and can be used as our Yu family's ancestral secret technique in the future. Great. Now that you've said so, this old man is relieved. Yu Qingtian seemed to trust Yu Tong very much, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. However, Yu Tong changed the topic again, saying, However, this Great Six Directions Yin-Yang Sword Spirit is easy to refine, but if it's cultivated to the extreme like Zhang Yuha, it's too dangerous and extravagant. Our Yu family can only take the risk once. It's not like turning stone into gold, which can be done once every few decades. If we do it too often, it'll be easily discovered by other cultivation sections. Not to mention other sects, even the washed flower sect, won't tolerate us. As for the reputation of the Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain, there's no need to mention it again. Haha, this old man will only do this once in his life. It's not my turn to worry about the future. Yu Qingtian laughed again. This old man will be able to face the ancestors of the Yu family in the underworld without feeling ashamed after doing this. As for the rest, this old man doesn't dare to think too much. A great-grandfather is too modest. Yu Tong smiled faintly. Boy has succeeded in his cultivation. How can he forget everything great-grandfather has done? It's a pity that great-grandfather's physique is a little weak, and that Zhang Yuha can't cooperate with great-grandfather. Otherwise, this Great Six Directions Yin-Yang spirit would be great-grandfather's, and great-grandfather's nascent soul stage would be great-grandfather's. As he spoke, Yu Tong blew a breath like Zhang Yuha. A red light flashed, and a small sword fell in midair. Yu Tong flicked his hand, and the small sword immediately turned into 64 flying swords, rushing out like a flame. The entire square outside the light ball was extremely hot. Yu Qingtian was slightly startled. He stretched out his hand, and a palm-sized shield flew out. Yu Qingtian grabbed his hand, and a silver-white brilliance flashed between his palms. The entire shield suddenly expanded and blocked the 64 flying swords. The great-grandfather is testing this boy. A smile appeared on Yu Tong's face, and an indescribable spell appeared in his hand. It was somewhat similar to a sword spell, but it was a little different. Buzz. The 64 flying swords roared at the same time, and sparks flew out from each of them. The 64 flying swords condensed into a ball of flame and rushed toward the shield. Puff, there was only a soft sound, and a silver light flashed on the shield. The flames disappeared, and the shield was as if it was nothing. A hole a few feet in size appeared on the shield. It's really so powerful? Yu Qingtian almost couldn't believe his eyes. He stared straight at the small sword that had turned into a scarlet-red, invisible sword. He was really a little envious. Chapter 2596. Alright, I'll let you know. Yu Tong didn't look pleased at all. He explained, the so-called Great Yin-Yang Six-Direction Sword Spirit is a sword spirit born from the blood of 100,000 living beings. This sword spirit already has intelligence. Against great-grandfather's Dharma artifact, this sword spirit was able to find the weakness of the Dharma artifact's Dharma array in a short period of time. It also found the weakness of the Dharma artifact's material to attack. This sword spirit is originally an object of extreme yang. Against a magic weapon, won't it be killed in one hit? Of course, at this moment, the Six Directions Yang spirit has yet to truly merge with it. This flying sword is only tainted with some of the spiritual intelligence of the Six Directions Yang spirit. If it's a flying sword that's truly merged with the Six Directions Yang spirit, then it's truly powerful. This sword spirit has yet to truly merge with the sword spirit, but it's already so powerful? Yu Qingtian was really shocked. Then he realized, isn't this the spiritual weapon of our Taoist sect? That's right. You can say that. Yu Tong nodded and said, it's precisely because of the 100,000 blood sacrifice that such a sword spirit was born. This is a sword spirit that truly has spiritual intelligence. Sword cultivation is far from as simple as we Taoist cultivators think. With a spiritual weapon as the body and a sword spirit and primordial spirit as the spirit, I'm afraid it's really comparable to a soul formation cultivator. Yu Qingtian nodded. If you hadn't obtained this opportunity and cultivated the yin-yang sword spirit with Jianghu, I'm afraid our Taoist sect wouldn't have known the mystery behind it in the end. After all, I'm cultivating the sword with Taoism. Compared to Jianghu, I'm still lacking in understanding. She didn't hide anything when she cultivated the sword spirit, but I still can't suppress her in terms of sword spirit. Yu Tong reminded, great-grandfather, you have to be careful of her hidden tricks. Yu Qingtian furrowed his brows. She doesn't dare to hide it now because of the sword oath she made earlier. Furthermore, the Six Directions Yang spirit that you nurtured has to complement her Six Directions Yin spirit. If your sword spirit is far inferior to hers, how can she cultivate her Yin spirit to perfection? Naturally, you don't have to worry too much about this. However, with your ability, can't you detect her hidden tricks? How can I detect them? This Jianghu isn't someone easy to deal with. Yu Tong narrowed his eyes and said coldly, she passed through the sword tomb to report back to the Shenzhen sect. At that time, her twin sister Zhang Yutong's life was in danger. Although my Yu family did something to turn stone into gold in the sword tomb, that trace of blood spirit qi and sword qi was not too obvious, but she was able to sense it. Moreover, if they were ordinary people who cared about the safety of their loved ones, why would they take the risk of going to the sword tomb to investigate? They would hide far away and return to the Xian sword sect to report the news. Only after receiving news of the safety of their loved ones would they come back to check. She, on the other hand, barged in directly and landed in the remnant formation of the sword mound. Why would she care about Zhang Yutong's life? Yes, this old man thinks so too. If not for the fact that she wanted to refine the great yin-yang Six Directions sword spirit herself, how could she have fallen into the formation? Yu Qingtian nodded. But she has already discovered my Yu family's plan, so how can this old man let her go? This time, my Yu family was forced to imprison her, and she can be considered as one of the initiators of the war between Tao cultivators. If this matter is known by Immortal Jinghuan and Fairy by Hua of the Rinsing Flower sect, the future of my falling gold mountain will be bleak. Hee, why would the two seniors of the Rinsing Flower sect worry about such a trivial matter? The other seniors in charge of the actual situation only need to know what to do. Yu Tong said with a smile. Hee, that's the best. This old man doesn't need to worry about anything in the future. Yu Qingtian said with a smile. However, you don't need to worry too much about Zhang Yuha. This old man has already taken precautions before cooperating with her, so I'm not afraid that she can escape from my grasp. Great-grandfather's calculation is the most powerful. Otherwise, my falling gold mountain wouldn't be so powerful. If I establish a sect in the future, you will be the one who will contribute the most. Yu Tong said with a smile. Yu Qingdan hurriedly waved his hand. What this old man has done is nothing. Oh. At this moment, a strange look appeared on Yu Tong's face, and he asked curiously, "Great-grandfather, did you seal Zhang Yuha's sword spirit well?" "Of course." Yu Qingtian was shocked and hurriedly said, "Every time I see her, I have to activate Jade Tiger's restriction to prevent her from understanding the movements within the Brahma gold magic formation." "But could it be that you've sensed something?" Yu Tong's gaze fell on the connection between the two light masses. There were two extremely thin crystal threads, one red and the other green, intertwined with each other, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Yu Tong pointed at the crystal threads and said thoughtfully, "But Jade Tiger's restriction is still not enough. This crystal thread, I'm afraid it can allow her to sense some movements within the magic formation." "That makes sense." Yu Qingtian looked at the crystal threads, which were like tentacles of the light masses. They trembled slightly as if they were breathing. "You'd better practice your sword spirit. This old man won't disturb you." "Yes, this boy knows." Yu Tong opened his mouth, and the crimson sword light fell into his mouth with a whoosh. Then, the red light around him lingered, and the cracks on the light masses gradually merged. There was no need for Yu Qingtian to activate them with Jade Tiger. When the silver light masses closed, the crimson brilliance danced on the light masses like the trajectory of stars. Yu Qingtian's gaze fell on the two faintly discernible crystal threads. He narrowed his eyes and looked at them for a long time. In the end, he did not dare to make any strange movements. With a wave of his sleeve, he sat cross-legged in front of the light masses and entered a meditative state. Time passed extremely quickly, and the situation of the entire battlefield had taken a shocking turn. It was far beyond Yu Qingtian and Zhang Yuha's expectations. Not only were the sword cultivators unable to attack Sky Patrol City, but most of the sword cultivators who invaded the kingdom of Shi were defeated by the Taoist sex cultivators. The sword cultivators who were guarding the spirit stone veins and big cities like Clear Cave all fled in panic. Even if a small number of swordsmen managed to block the cultivators' frenzied attacks, when they received various unfavorable news of their defeat, they could not hold on any longer. They retreated as they fought, and were defeated in the direction of the sword catacomb. The Golden Core cultivators in the meeting hall did not have any disciples patrolling the vicinity of the sword catacomb. They did not notice the decrease in the number of sword cultivator disciples, so they did not know the change in the sword cultivator disciple strategy. Even the sword cultivator disciples themselves did not know where some of the swordsmen had gone. Just like the Taoist sex cultivators, they did not know that Black Sky sex Xiong Huasong had already set up the 10 Forces Annihilation Formation in the sword catacomb according to Tu Hong's idea and Qian Mo's suggestion. Of course, after many of the Golden Core cultivators in the meeting hall exchanged messages with each other, they learned that the swordsmen had been defeated. They were proud of themselves, but at the same time, they became suspicious. After all, the sword cultivators had invaded the kingdom of Shi and the kingdom of Huan for a long time. How could they be defeated so easily? Hence, while they were chasing after the sword cultivators, they once again sent messages to discuss. At this time, the various sects that were guarding the meeting hall could no longer hide the truth. They secretly revealed the arrangement of the magic formation that they had set up in the sword catacomb. Of course, this disclosure was also selective. Within a very small range, not all of the Golden Core cultivators in the meeting hall knew about it. However, all of the Golden Core cultivators who knew the truth were simply overjoyed. Although they felt a little bitter in their hearts, they felt that these fellow cultivators in the meeting hall did not discuss it with them. This was obviously looking down on them, but at the same time, they understood that this matter was not suitable for others to know. Moreover, this arrangement was really unimaginable. If everyone knew about it, how could it be considered a secret? Hence, the Golden Core cultivators did not suspect anything. Even if the swordsmen had set up some arrangements in the sword catacomb, they had already set up the magic formation. How could they not pursue and kill? Furthermore, according to the battle reports from various places, other than the swordsmen near the sword catacomb in the kingdom of Shi, the swordsmen in the kingdom of Lian were also defeated. Those swordsmen who were further away from the sword catacomb were even more miserable. They retreated into the kingdom of Huan in a panic, trying to escape the pursuit of the Taoist sect cultivators through the snow region's forbidden area near the border between the two countries. Some of the swordsmen who were fleeing to the sword catacomb had no choice but to give up the sword catacomb, which was a safer place, when they saw that there were too many cultivators chasing after them. They also plunged into the snow region's forbidden area in an attempt to escape. Moreover, many of the Golden Core cultivators in the meeting hall, other than Qian Emo who had attacked the Clear Cave and died by self-explosion, Yuan Yiguang of the Blue Li sect, Qin Jiao of the Mo Sang Mountain, Zhou Qingping of the Thousand Leaf Ridge, Su Zhiqi of the Chenfan Valley, Huang Feng of the Strange Beast sect, and Zhu Junwei of the Cool Breeze Valley were all seriously injured and almost died. Yes, their opponents were indeed too strong. They were all second-grade and third-grade illusory sword cultivators, while they were only early-stage Golden Core cultivators. After activating the life-saving talismans given by their sects, they either killed their opponents and were seriously injured by the other swordsmen due to their lack of magic power, or they could not use the talismans to kill their opponents and were instead seriously injured by the backlash of the magic power required by the talismans. Of course, these Golden Core cultivators in the meeting hall were lucky to have the life-saving talismans given by their sections. What about the other Golden Core cultivators? In addition to these Golden Core cultivators in the meeting hall, there were also many Golden Core cultivators who had fallen in this battle. Not to mention those Foundation Establishment and Qi Refining cultivators. Looking at the illusory swordsmen of the sword cultivators, many of them were also killed in this battle. The number was definitely not less than the number of Dao sect cultivators. The battle between the two sides was tragic, and it was definitely the most tragic battle since the start of the war. From this, it also showed what LV Ruochang, the sword cultivator, had said when setting up the plan that these ordinary battles could not eliminate the Golden Core cultivators in the meeting hall. This was because the life-saving talismans given by their sects were really powerful. An early-stage Golden Core cultivator who activated the talisman could fight against a third-grade illusory sword cultivator. Of course, if Ji Hong had wanted to escape at that time, she would have used the Yuanying hand to escape and LV Ruochang would not have been able to do anything. The special thing was that the Yuanying hand talismans were like other talismans and could be used multiple times. Therefore, if the sword cultivators wanted to kill the Golden Core cultivators in the meeting hall outside the sword tomb, they would have to exhaust a lot of swordsmen and engage in many battles. This was what the sword cultivators, who were at a disadvantage in numbers, did not want to see. This also contributed to LV Ruochang setting up a sword array in the sword tomb and preparing to kill the Golden Core cultivators in the meeting hall. Chapter 2597. The Jindan cultivators in the discussion hall did not think as far as LV Ruochang. From the various signs, it was clear that the sword cultivators were truly defeated and it was not a trap like some of the Jindan cultivators were worried about. As such, every single Jindan cultivator in the discussion hall gathered their strength and urged their disciples to chase after the sword cultivators. They wanted to end this battle with the sword cultivators in the sword tomb. In addition, after the surviving Jindan cultivators in the discussion hall heard about Qian Mo's self-destruction, they also felt a sense of sorrow in their hearts. Actually, Qian Mo, Yuan Zhongyu, and Ji Hong could have escaped that day. However, Qian Mo chose this path himself. It was a path of no return. How could they not sigh? These Jindan cultivators were all heavenly geniuses and all of them had ambitions in their hearts. However, they were currently in a dangerous situation and it was as though they were treading on thin ice. If they were not careful, they could lose their lives at any moment. Not to mention their ambitions, their dreams were all about to turn into smoke. As such, the words that Qian Mo said before his death were deeply acknowledged by them. The confusion, ridicule, and mockery towards Qian Mo had all disappeared and a trace of faintly discernible respect was born in their hearts. That's right. Who could clearly differentiate whether a person was good or bad. How could a person be determined by a single word or sentence? The bad that Xiaohua thought was not bad. The good that De Sun thought was not good. The bad that Taoist Shuiyu thought was not bad. The good that everyone worshipped might not be good either. Perhaps there was no such thing as good or bad in a human. No one would be able to differentiate between good and bad. Speaking of which, the Yu family of fallen Gold Mountain who was hiding in the Sword Tomb did not know that the sword cultivators were defeated. As they approached the Sword Tomb, the hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators also chased after them. Xiaohua, who was hiding in the small house, naturally did not know either. He was currently like the tens of thousands of cultivators, wholeheartedly comprehending the so-called secret technique of the Yu family and researching how to combine this secret technique with the sword arts of the sword cultivators. However, the difference was that while the tens of thousands of cultivators were dreaming of turning stone into gold, Xiaohua had already treated this dream as a golden millet. On this day, a male cultivator who was not very tall quietly entered the sword tomb. This male cultivator's face was flat, and his nose, mouth, and other things were stuck to his face. Moreover, his eyes were not of a normal size, and there were several large tumors on his forehead. In particular, there were a few clumps of black hair growing on the tumor. It looked really indecent. This male cultivator was at the early stage of foundation establishment. His movements were vigorous, and he was also proficient in the art of flight. With a jade slip in his hand, he easily bypassed the formations and sword formations within the sword mound, arriving at the Zige where Xiaohua had met Yuping that day. However, the male cultivator threw the jade slip into Zige with great familiarity. The stone touch token flashed inside Zige and disappeared like a meteor. The male cultivator let out a sigh of relief and looked around. There was a hint of worry on his face. Not long after, Yuping flew over with a smile on her face and said from afar, "Yudong, you're finally back." Greetings, sixth uncle. This early foundation establishment cultivator was actually Yudong. It's that Yudong who recommended Xiaohua. Moreover, this Yudong was actually a rare stutterer among cultivators. Yuping was probably already used to Yudong's stuttering. Seeing that he had already finished bowing and hadn't finished his respectful words, Yuping nodded and said, "Get up. We haven't seen each other for several years. Your cultivation seems to have made some progress." Is it Nanping? Nanping Mountain? There's some? At this point, he actually couldn't continue, as if something was stuck in his throat. "That's right, this is your opportunity." Yuping didn't pay attention and said with a smile, "The heavens are the fairest. Seeing that you're bitterly cultivating, they gave you an opportunity. You must properly grasp it." Yes, Yudong said this word very smoothly as if he was already used to saying it. "Let's go." Yuping waved his hand and flew up, saying, "This Zigui is new and you're not familiar with it. Follow this old man back to Fanjin Palace and find a quiet room to cultivate. Don't disappoint the heavens." Yes, nephew understands." Hearing this, Yudong's heart was filled with gratitude, and he couldn't help but stutter again. Seeing the flush on Yudong's face and the joy in his eyes, Yuping's gaze was also kind, and even a little bit tender. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile, and he said while flying, "The day after tomorrow will be the last batch of cultivators to enter the palace for the Midas touch. These past few years, you haven't completed the sect master's task." This old man has also mentioned this to Senior Yu Bing several times. He also knows about your difficulties, so he didn't rush you and even covered it up for you in front of the sect master. However, the recommendation of cultivators is an absolute order from the sect master. No matter who it is, they have to recommend a few foundation establishment cultivators. Yes, nephew is ashamed. Yudong's face flushed red, and his eyes flashed with panic. Sect masters, punishment. Yuping naturally wouldn't wait for Yudong to finish speaking, and he smiled. "However, you were able to recommend an early foundation establishment cultivator at the most critical moment, and it seems that his aptitude is also very good. This old man has already told Senior Yu Bing that you've completed the sect master's task. When you return to Fanjin Palace, you must first pay a visit to Senior Yu Bing and thank him for his grace. Only then can you calm down. No, 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 no. Yu Dong had already said no more than 10 times behind Yu Ping, but Yu Ping didn't care. He continued to fly as he spoke. Moreover, he was flying slightly faster. When Yu Dong used all his strength to fly behind Yu Ping, he grabbed Yu Ping's Taoist robe. Yu Dong couldn't say, no. What's wrong? Yu Ping smiled. Although you've only recommended one person, but with your eloquence, it's really rare. This person is equivalent to 10 of them. No. Yu Dong was really anxious, and his face was almost covered in sweat, and the veins on his forehead were popping out. Seeing that Yu Ping was also at a loss, Yu Dong hurriedly took out a jade slip and immersed his spiritual sense in it, and quickly handed it to Yu Ping. Yu Ping frowned as he received it, and when he finished reading it, he was shocked. What? You didn't recommend a cultivator at all? Yu Dong was very familiar with this word. But, if you didn't recommend him, then who recommended Feng Ying from the Huanhua sect? Yu Ping was a little flustered, and he asked anxiously. Yu Dong shook his head vigorously, indicating that he didn't know Feng Ying at all. But he used your stone striking token. It was your earliest stone striking token. Yu Ping still didn't give up, and said anxiously, among the disciples of the Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain, only you haven't returned for many years, and only you have the route of the stone striking token. Yu Dong didn't say much, and with a clap of his hands, he took out a jade slip and handed it to Yu Ping. Yu Ping's spiritual sense entered it, and his face was really ashen. This is your stone striking token. It's really the one you didn't use for a long time. But that day, Senior Brother Yu Bing, why did you say it was your stone striking token? Yu Ping was also stunned. The Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain knew that the blood sacrifice they had performed in the Sword Tomb was a matter that angered both men and gods, so how would they dare to let others know? In these few decades, 100,000 cultivators had died in the Sword Tomb for no reason, and it was more serious than the Great Battle of Dao cultivators, so how could it not attract the attention of others? However, among these 100,000 cultivators, most of them were cultivators below the Qi refinement stage, and the majority were itinerant cultivators. Therefore, although the Great Battle of Dao cultivators had attracted the attention of some forces, after the battle began, everyone's attention was on the battle, and this matter was forgotten. However, if people really found out about the Yu family's plan, then Yu Ping also knew that this would be the beginning of the Yu family's destruction, even if Yu Qingtian didn't say so. Thinking of this, and looking at Yu Dong who was so anxious that his forehead was sweating, Yu Ping was also trembling in midair. What should I do? Yu Ping's mind was in a fierce struggle. Needless to say, this was definitely a mistake made by Yu Bing. As for where the mistake was made, Yu Ping wasn't clear, and it was too late to find out what the mistake was. Yu Ping could naturally push this matter to Yu Bing. However, who was Yu Bing? He was Yu Ping's senior brother who was very close to him. Yu Ping was able to mingle in the Yu family to this extent because of Yu Bing's care. If it was Yu Hua's mistake, Yu Ping would have jumped up long ago, and there would be no need for him to think about it. However, Yu Bing couldn't do it, and Yu Ping couldn't expose it. Moreover, although it was Yu Bing's order to bring Xiao Hua into the Brahma Gold Palace, Yu Ping didn't carefully inspect Xiao Hua's token. Moreover, when he entered the palace, he even quarreled with the disciple who was inspecting him. Of course, even if Xiao Hua's token wasn't wrong, and even if Yu Ping didn't think that Xiao Hua didn't have the token of the Cleansing Flower sect, he was the one who brought Xiao Hua in, and no matter how he tried to clear himself of this responsibility, it was impossible. However, in just a short moment, Yu Ping calmed down, and a confident smile appeared on his face. 66666. Seeing Yu Ping's panic disappear, and a smile appeared on his face, Yu Dong was stunned, and he hurriedly pulled on Yu Ping's robe to ask. However, the more anxious he became, the more he stuttered, and he actually said 6 4 times in a row, but he was still unable to say, Uncle. Dong, don't be anxious. Yu Ping naturally knew what Yudong was thinking, and he patted Yudong's shoulder with a smile. This matter has nothing to do with you, it is this old man's negligence. No, this word was resolute, and Yudong took out a blank jade letter, wrote something on it, and passed it to Yu Ping. Ah! After Yu Ping saw it, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, "This child, what did you say about going to the sect head to admit your mistake? You even want to ask for this old man's forgiveness? What's the point of bringing up such a matter? As long as you have such intentions, this old man will be satisfied, and this old man will not have taken care of you in vain." Chapter 2598. Immediately, Yu Ping pulled Yudong and said as they flew, "Actually, the situation is not as serious as you think. The Huanhua sect's foundation establishment disciple called Feng Ying has been arranged by this old man to stay in the cultivation nest. You also know that the cultivation nest is the most important place in the Brahma Golden Palace. It is completely controlled by the sect leader's Silver Tiger. Without a cultivation level above the Golden Core stage and special abilities, it is impossible to escape from there." Although Yudong stuttered, how could a foundation establishment cultivator be so stupid? Yu Ping only needed to point it out and he understood. The panic on his face lessened and he answered with a single word. "No matter what mission Feng Ying came here for. Since he is here, he can forget about going back. In the past, our Brahma Golden Palace has had disciples from the Huanhua sect. Since they can recommend him, why can't we?" Yu Ping gritted his teeth and said, "Moreover, when Feng Ying entered the cultivation nest, the sect leader also knew. This old man said that he was recommended by you and he did not say anything. You don't have to say anything now." Yudong nodded. "You must be sure today that no matter who comes to ask you, this Feng Ying was recommended by you. As for how you met him and how you recommended him, only you know. If you want to say it, say it. If you don't want to say it, no one will force you. This old man can be sure that no one will ask." Yu Ping said, "Even if there is a mistake in the end and the sect leader wants to take responsibility, you must insist that you were tricked by Feng Ying. He deliberately deceived you and you also intended to fulfill the sect leader's orders. You hit it off, no one is wrong." Yudong nodded. "Well, now that you have completed your mission, you still have to do as this old man said and pay your respects to Martial Uncle Yu Bing. If anything happens in the future, he will help you." Seeing that Yudong was very obedient, Yu Ping was relieved and smiled as he flew towards the Brahma Golden Palace. But after flying for a while, Yu Ping stretched out his hand and said, "Dong, give me your original stone mastery token." Yudong reached out his hand and took out the stone tablet token that Yu Ping had just returned to him. Yu Ping took it and opened his mouth. A silver flying sword flew out and hit the jade talisman, shattering it into pieces. Then, with a twist of his hand, a silver-white light flashed and the jade talisman turned into powder. Yu Ping waved his hand and all the fragments floated into the air, landing on the sparse scarlet plants on the ground. With a few gusts of wind, they disappeared without a trace. "Let's go." Yu Ping finally felt relieved. He waved his hand and flew away. Yudong blinked his eyes and opened his mouth, but not a single word came out. He was still thinking about how he should answer if no one asked him about it, or how he should make this lie perfect. Just like what Yu Ping thought, no one asked Yudong. Even if there were dozens of Yu family disciples who met Yudong, they would only nod with a smile or leave without even looking at him. They knew that the only reply they would receive was a single word from Yudong. Seeing such a situation, while Yu Ping appeared calm on the surface, his anxious heart finally calmed down. Even a foundational cultivator who had done something wrong would feel uneasy in his heart. "Go, Senior Uncle Yu Bing is in his quiet room. Go and pay your respects." After walking to the plaza, Yu Ping pointed at another door and instructed Yudong. Yudong did not say anything else, nodding his head and walking towards the door. Yu Ping hesitated for a moment before walking towards the room where Xiaohua was imprisoned. Looking at the room from afar, which was no different from the other rooms, a trace of ruthlessness flashed past Yu Ping's eyes. He did not even dare to approach it, glancing at it a few times before leaving. The pitiful Xiaohua was still paying attention to the door, waiting for someone to check on him before using his concealment technique. Or perhaps he could use his concealment talisman to escape without anyone noticing. Who would have thought that even if the other party discovered him, they would not disturb him at all, directly making him into a blood sacrifice? Who was the one who thought he was smart enough to walk right into the trap? Yu Ping had only just turned into a passageway when a late-stage foundation establishment old man hurriedly walked over. It was precisely that old man Yu Bing that Xiaohua had seen at Wu Jiazigi's place. "Io, senior brother Yu Bing." Yu Ping saw him from afar and hurriedly said, "Dong, is back." The moment he entered the palace, he immediately went to pay his respects to Yu. "Did you see him?" It is rare for Dong, to still remember this old man. Seeing that it was Yu Ping, Yu Bing nodded his head slightly. However, his footsteps did not stop as he said, "This old man saw him just now." However, this old man had an important matter to attend to and did not listen to him speak in detail. Seeing that his cultivation has made some progress, he did not waste the past few years of training outside. Yes, Yu Ping smiled apologetically, "This is all due to senior brother's care." If this old man does not take care of you all, who else can I take care of?" Yu Bing laughed, "You all are not old Hua." At this point, a sharp tiger's roar could be heard in the air, resounding throughout the entire Brahma Gold Palace. "Enough, this old man will not talk to you anymore. Quickly return to the quiet room, the last time is about to begin. Let's see if you all have any opportunities." Yu Bing waved his hand, stopping Yu Ping from following him as he instructed. "I have already told Dong, to hurry back to the quiet room. This child is really lucky to have returned today." Yes, this little brother understands." Yu Ping's heart trembled as he hurriedly stopped in his tracks. Looking at Yu Bing's back, he turned back to look at Xiaohua's small room before turning to another place. In just a moment, there were still many disciples of the Yu family walking back and forth in the square, but now, there was no one to be seen. Above the square, above the silver sky, Yu Qinghan had already stood up with a trace of excitement on his face. Holding the silver tiger-shaped magic tool in his hand, he looked at the two silver balls of light in front of him with bright eyes. At this time, the silver balls of light were already hundreds of feet in size. Above the two balls of light, one crimson and one azure, were boiling like boiling water. From time to time, the crimson and azure splendor would splash out from the balls of light, and countless tiny flames and tiny ice shards would fall from the sky. Even when the crimson brilliance collided with the azure brilliance, there were even rumbling sounds of explosions. Previously, there was only a part of the crimson and azure light, but now, more than half of the balls of light were filled by the crimson and azure light. The previous silver splendor was now more like a shell or a binding, completely restricting the crimson and azure light under the silver balls of light. As for the two azure and red crystal threads that were previously connected between the two balls of light, they were now as thick as a strand of hair, firmly holding the two balls of light together. The azure and red colors would overflow from time to time in the crystal threads. However, although the two crystal threads were entangled together like before at this time, they were not as simple as a thin thread, but were entangled together in an extremely complicated manner, as if they were connected into a string of sword talismans. The sword talismans flickered under the crimson and azure splendor, as if they were about to break free from the crystal threads. The entire space above the cloud curtain, which was several times larger than the square, was filled with the aura of extreme yang and extreme yin. The entire space became unstable. Naturally, Yu Qingtian could not get close to the two silver balls of light. He was pushed far away by the extreme yang and extreme yin, more than 500 feet away. Although Yu Qingtian was holding the silver tiger firmly in his hand, his eyes were still staring at the noisy azure light ball. This azure light had been growing from a sliver of the silver light to nearly half of it now. It had been more than 10 years, and he had watched the growth of the six directions in spirit bit by bit. At this critical moment, even with his cultivation of the beginner gold core stage, he could not help but feel his heart in his throat. Unexpectedly, the azure splendor had been boiling for more than 3 days, and the azure light had increased by more than 30%, but there was still no special movement on the ball of light. Yu Qingtian looked at the crimson ball of light next to him. Although the crimson color of the ball of light was slowly growing along with the crimson crystal threads on the 2 balls of light, it was not growing as fast as the azure light ball. Now, it had only grown by more than 10%. Yu Qingtian seemed to be deep in thought. The silver tiger in his hand swayed slightly, and a few faintly discernible rays of silver light fell from the surrounding space. Coincidentally, they covered the azure ball of light. For a moment, the silver light on the ball of light shone brightly, binding the azure splendor. Then, as if they were complementing each other, the crimson splendor intensified its agitation and accelerated its growth. After another day, there was a clear sound like a thunderclap, and the 2 balls of light suddenly stagnated. All the crimson, azure, and silver light stopped abruptly, and even the splendor that had just splashed out strangely stopped in midair. Yu Qingtian frowned, and the silver tiger in his hand shook slightly again, as if it was about to move. Unfortunately, before he could activate his spiritual power, a buzzing sound like a tiger's roar was emitted from the 2 balls of light at the same time. The crimson and azure lights of the 2 balls of light moved strangely again. However, this time, they were not boiling, but were rotating in the silver balls of light. As they rotated, countless sword talismans appeared on the balls of light. After each sword talisman appeared, a ray of sword light rushed into the air, and the sword talismans sank into the balls of light. Of course, these sword talismans did not appear randomly, but appeared on the 2 balls of light at the same time. However, one was crimson, and the other was azure. With the appearance of these sword talismans, the crimson and azure lights gradually separated from the silver balls of light, and gradually sank into the silver balls of light. Seeing that the 2 balls of light had regained the bright silver color of decades ago, Yu Qingtian had a bad feeling in his heart. Chapter 2599. However, at this moment, the bright silver ball of light suddenly emitted extremely bright red and azure colors. Yu Qingtian involuntarily closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that the 2 bright silver balls had completely turned into red and azure colors. Woo-woo, the azure ball of light did not give Yu Qingtian any time to hesitate. With a strange sword hum, the ball of light emitted rays of brilliance, and the brilliance condensed into the beautiful figure of Jianghu in midair. Sect Master Yu, thank you for your help. Jianghu said indifferently, now that my 6 directions Yin spirit is ready, and the 6 directions Yang spirit of your foundation establishment stage boy is also ready, we can carry out the last blood sacrifice. As long as the blood and souls of the last living creatures are sent into the sword spirits, these 2 sword spirits will have the initial spiritual intelligence. Then, our cooperation will be successful. Then, Jianghu, who was in the sword shadow, raised her head slightly, looked at the silver sky above her head, and said, in addition, I can also help you attract the sword energy and sword intent of the sword catacomb, and help the disciples of the Yu family of fallen gold mountain turn stone into gold. Consider it a little sincerity from me. After saying that, the sword light flashed and scattered, like flying flowers scattering on the ground, fell into the ball of light, and disappeared. Yu Qingtian forced a smile on his face, but when he heard the last sentence, embarrassment appeared on his face, and even surprise appeared in his eyes. Yu Qingtian was stunned. The silver tiger in his hand moved, but it did not send out any signal. Good. There seemed to be a light bell-like sound, and a smiling Jianghu's beautiful face appeared on the azure ball of light. Sect Master Yu, why are you hesitating? If you feel that it is inappropriate, you can ask your little foundation establishment stage cultivator. I will cover my ears. Whoosh, similarly, dozens of red sword lights flew out of the red ball of light, and a faintly discernible figure of Yu Tong appeared. Sect Master. Yu Tong's somewhat helpless voice sounded, there is no need to hesitate at this time. Now that things have come to this, we have no choice but to release the arrow from the bow. Sect Master, you should carry out the last blood sacrifice. Alright, be careful. A hint of bitterness appeared on Yu Qingtian's face. He looked at the azure brilliance and saw Zhang Yuha covering her ears with her hands. With a wave of his hand, the silver tiger emitted a bright silver light. Tens of thousands of silver rays shot out from the silver tiger's mouth and rushed straight to Yu Qingtian's feet. They passed through the silver clouds and landed on a large area below him. The strange thing was that the places where these light beams landed were exactly the huts where Xiaohua and the others were. Moreover, every light beam landed on a hut. Wung wung, a deafening sound was emitted from these rays of light. Along with this sound, the rays of light began to vibrate. Along with this vibration, more than 10,000 small houses separated from the silver palace. Unexpectedly, each small house became an independent small silver lattice. This lattice was very strange. It had edges and corners, and actually looked like a hexahedron. Following these tens of thousands of light particles, after these silver lattices separated, they did not fly up into the air. Instead, they slowly sank, and the entire square became a huge hole. Below the hole was not a soil layer, but a large area of silver brilliance. These tens of thousands of lattices slowly moved in this silver brilliance, like stars in the sky. They gradually formed a mysterious magic array, and then stopped. When all the lattices stopped moving, with a whoosh, all the silver light particles returned to Yu Qingtian's silver tiger. Yu Qingtian rested for a moment, then shook his hand again. The silver tiger emitted light particles from all over, and several silver rays as thick as a fist rushed down, aiming at the surroundings of the huge hole. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The silver rays landed on the doors around the hole, then turned into rainbows, becoming thumb-sized rainbows that hit the doors. The doors also began to shake violently. The rainbows swept past the rooms behind the doors, and the silver houses also slowly floated up. After a while, about 9 silver houses floated up from the huge hole, and the silver brilliance immediately covered these houses. However, the tens of thousands of lattices were at the bottom of the silver brilliance, and these 9 houses were above these lattices, surrounding them. After everything was done, Yu Qingtian sat down cross-legged, clapped his hands, and took out an elixir and put it into his mouth. Sect Master Yu, you should still improve your cultivation. Zhang Yuha jumped out, and a beautiful sword-like figure fluttered on the azure light ball. Why don't this sword lend you a hand in a while? In order to cooperate with you, this old man has racked my brains for decades. When did I have the time to cultivate in seclusion? Yu Qingnan snorted coldly, opened his eyes slightly, and said, "Instead of helping this old man, you ridiculed me. This old man is starting to doubt your sincerity in cooperating with me." "Hehe, isn't this sword just going to lend you a hand?" Zhang Yuha giggled. Obviously, she was very happy because the sword spirit was about to be formed. Yu Qingtian was stunned, and immediately realized that he had misspoken, so he closed his eyes and ignored Zhang Yuha. Zhang Yuha's figure danced in the azure ball of light for a long while. Then, she suddenly transformed into an azure flying sword. Keng, a crisp sword cry rang out. She directly rushed towards the silver-white sky above the space. Following the emergence of the azure flying sword, a slightly smaller scarlet flying sword also flew out from the scarlet light ball. Similarly, a clang-clang sound was heard. The 2 flying swords rushed into the space, one in front and one behind, one in green and one in red. The scarlet flying sword rushed into the brilliance of the azure flying sword like a swallow returning to its nest. The 2 swords intertwined with each other, and with a resounding clang sound, they quickly pierced toward the silver-white sky. An incomparably sharp and invincible sword essence quickly overflowed in the entire space. This little girl's cultivation has improved a lot again. Yu Qingtian opened his eyes helplessly, as if he was already familiar with Zhang Yuha's move. As he muttered to himself, he did not forget to take a look at the scarlet light ball. He saw that the sword runes on the light ball were similar to the azure light ball, but it did not have Zhang Yuha's arrogant figure. "Go!" Yu Qingtian shook his silver tiger, and a faint silver light was emitted from it. The silver light swayed slightly and vibrated with a strange fluctuation. The silver light did not chase after the green and red sword light. Instead, it shone in all directions, and the fluctuation fell below Yu Qingtian's body. The ripples had already landed on the silver canopy beneath Yu Qingtian, and it immediately began to vibrate. The vibrations quickly filled the entire space, and very soon, they surpassed the flying sword and reached the canopy that the flying sword was about to stab. Almost without any sound, the sky suddenly split open like a pair of sharp scissors cutting through silk, revealing the clear night sky beyond the sky. At this moment, the stars were shining brightly in the night sky, and a crescent moon hung in the sky like a boat. The azure and red flying swords crossed the sky and rushed straight into the night sky. Not only did the dazzling sword light illuminate the entire night sky, but the clang of the sword also resounded throughout the 9 heavens. As soon as the azure and red flying swords appeared, all the broken swords within 100 miles responded. Countless mournful cries were heard from the sword tomb, as if they were crying and surrendering. A swordsman? Far away from the sword tomb, LV Ruochang and the other third-grade illusory swordsmen were fleeing toward the sword tomb in a panic. Suddenly, they saw a strong sword essence rushing out of the sword tomb and arousing their sword spirits. The sword origin in their bodies surged, and their flying swords also cried out, wanting to rush out of their bodies. They all turned pale with fright. Yes, how could they not turn pale with fright? According to their thinking, the hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators and dozens of golden core cultivators in the meeting hall had been led by the nose to the sword tomb. If they appeared out of nowhere and transformed into swords, how could those Dao sect cultivators fall into their trap? Wouldn't the appearance of the sword transformation master alert the enemy? Besides, the location of the sword transformation master was different from the direction of the sword formation that LV Ruochang had set up. Once LV Ruochang entered the sword tomb, would he go in the direction of the sword transformation master's sword essence? Or would he go in the direction of the sword formation? In an instant, LV Ruochang made a decision. She waved her hand and said, "Let's go. Let's fly to the place where the sword transformation master appeared. Otherwise, those Taoist sect practitioners will be able to tell that we haven't really lost. They will be able to discover our plan to lure the enemy." Yes, the surrounding swordsmen were also helpless. They passed the order to each other and hurriedly searched for a route, preparing to fly toward the Yu family in the falling gold mountain. But right at this moment, the sword transformation master's aura suddenly disappeared, as though it had never appeared. Sigh, LV Ruochang sighed. However, she knew that this was the real sword transformation master's sword essence. It was majestic and abnormally fresh. It was definitely not some broken sword essence from the sword tomb. Even if she couldn't lure all the Taoist sect practitioners into the sword formation that she had set up, she definitely couldn't blame this sword transformation master who appeared out of nowhere. Since LV Ruochang had sensed this sword transformation master's sword essence, the Jindan practitioners in the conference hall naturally sensed it as well. Gao Wei from the Seven Skills sect was the first to stop. He hurriedly sent a message to Lu Xinwu of the Splendid sect, reminding them that a sword transformation master with strength comparable to a nascent soul practitioner had appeared. Soon, the hundreds of thousands of practitioners stopped as LV Ruochang had expected. They pondered whether they should continue the pursuit or not. All kinds of communication talismans flew around in the air. Not long after, the Jindan practitioners in the conference hall gathered together again. Gao Wei, who was the first to discover this, didn't wait for the others to speak and shouted, "A sword transformation master actually appeared in the sword tomb. This can only mean one thing. This is the reinforcements of the Huan country's swordsmen. I suggest that we chase to this place and resolutely not to chase into the sword tomb." You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.